My name is Brent Wood. I'm blessed to be the faculty chair of the Research Symposium Committee. What you experience today is based on a tremendous amount of planning and hard work by amazing and hardworking faculty and staff. Our title and theme this year is Fill Your Cup with Gratitude and Hope, Healing Trauma. You might not expect to find the words trauma, gratitude, and hope in the same sentence or title, but it's actually possible to experience trauma and still find meaning and hope in spite of terrible circumstances. This was described very clearly by David in the Old Testament when he said, "The Lord is close to the brokenhearted and saves those who are crushed in spirit." Paul, writing to the church at Philippi, encouraged them by saying, "Rejoice in the Lord always. I say again, rejoice. Let your gentleness be evident to all. The Lord is near. Do not be anxious about anything, but in every situation, by prayer and petition with thanksgiving, present your requests to God. And the peace of God, which transcends all understanding, will guard your hearts and your minds in Christ Jesus." So those of us that are here today have experienced pain and suffering, and there's no pass or a way to avoid that for Christians or anyone else. But what we understand as Christians is that there's a vertical connection that's referenced in these verses that provides meaning and hope on the horizontal plane of human existence. In his book, Man's Search for Meaning, Holocaust survivor Viktor Frankl explains that this vertical connection provides the why of human existence. And he states, "There's nothing in the world that would so effectively help me to survive even the worst conditions as the knowledge that there is meaning in one's life. He or she who has a why to live for can bear almost any how." Today, we will reflect on the very real tragedies and sadness and trauma that impacts our lives and the important profession of nursing. The hurt and pain will not be minimized or ignored, but we will learn ways to care for ourselves and each other so the hurt and pain do not have the last word. Our devotion to God is what enables us ultimately to rejoice always, even when we don't feel we have anything to rejoice for or about. Let's pray. Dear God, we're so grateful for the comfort that you provide always, but especially in times of trauma, in times of suffering, in times of loss. And so we invite your presence here throughout this day, that this will be a learning experience that will have an impact on our students and all of us that are here to participate. Bless our speakers. Just be present in every way, and I thank you in Jesus' name. Amen. It is my great pleasure at this time to welcome our provost, Dr. Anita Hank, to come and share a few words with us.
Good morning. What a great view I have from up here. It's a wonderful gathering. And I'm actually delighted to bring greetings to this extraordinary gathering of the College of Nursing and Health Sciences students and faculty, particularly the School of Nursing. From Azusa, Monrovia, and our regional campuses in San Diego, Victorville, and San Bernardino, as well as our distinguished campus guests. I applaud the collaborations represented here today between researchers and practitioners, showcasing the scholarship of students and faculty and demonstrating the breadth of engagement with our valued community partners. Notably, with the expansion of disciplines and degree offerings, this new college alone has 4 doctoral programs, each building on the remarkable strengths of our well-recognized undergraduate and master's degree programs. As we enter into a year of recognition of the 50th anniversary of the School of Nursing and its impact across Southern California and beyond, we have much to celebrate. With more than 10,000 alumni, the numbers alone speak of significant influence. But more than numbers, the quality of our faculty, staff, and students is amplified by the depth and breadth of their, meaning your, care. What better way to amplify this than the focus of this symposium? Fill your cup with gratitude and hope, healing trauma. All in this room are experts or are becoming experts in the healing arts of the body. Yet engaging the power of healing of the mind and soul are incalculable partners in our individual and collective journeys towards wholeness. Recognizing our powerlessness without God allows us to enter into each medical encounter as a sacred conversation and to see each person as our sister or brother in Christ. I want to express gratitude for the leadership of your remarkable dean, Dr. Renee Posa, and also note that this symposium is named to honor her predecessor and my former dean colleague, Dr. Iota. Their influences separately and collectively have built both the academic reputation, but also the collaborative partnerships represented in this room. I do pray that this will be a day of significant learning, celebrating, and engagement. And now it's my pleasure to invite to the stage Dr. Iota.
Good morning. Are you excited? Is this fun? Wait a minute. Is this fun? It's. I'm going to try to adjust this a little bit here. Can you still hear me if I do it this way? Okay. Today is. I'm sorry. I should never have touched it, right? Today is really a special day, and it's special for a variety of, now I've got it. It's special for a variety of reasons. One of them is because 20 years ago, we started this as a way of coming together to really struggle and explore and just engage ourselves with difficult topics and difficult concepts that deal with healing. And over the last 20 years, we've continued to keep this as a critical and pivotal point in our collective community. The community of healing that is very broad, that covers mental health as well as physical health, spiritual health, but healing that engages the variety of traumas that are both individually and collectively we suffer. And so today, we're really going to emphasize that particular concept in our symposium. It is my pleasure to introduce the topic and to talk just a little bit about the experience of trauma as a universal experience, a universal human experience. We often think nowadays of post-traumatic stress syndrome, but that really wasn't coined until after the Vietnam War. Yet trauma has been an integral part of our human lives all the way from the beginning, from God's creation. A traumatic experience can be a single event, it can be a series of events, or it can be a chronic condition like childhood neglect or domestic violence. It can be severe, immediate, or long-term and accumulating over time. There is no consensus, and this is really important, and we'll talk about this today. There's no consensus as to the definition of trauma. Today we are looking at a feeling of being overwhelmed to the point to where we are no longer able to cope with the event that has occurred to us. And I think every single person in this room, when you reflect back, you can think of an event where it was so overwhelming that you just didn't know how to deal with that. And this is what we talk about when we talk about trauma. It is both physical, but it can also be emotional or spiritual. So we look at trauma as a much broader phenomenon based on human suffering. In his book, The Trauma of Being Alive by psychiatrist and author Mark Epstein, he states an undercurrent of injury and disaster run through ordinary lives. If we are not suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder, We are suffering sometimes from pre-traumatic stress disorder. There is no way to be alive without being conscious of the potential for disaster and the potential for loss. We all suffer trauma throughout our experiences here on Earth, but we do not all suffer the same trauma. What actually happens in our traumatic event is really important. There are many types of trauma. There are cumulative effects of trauma exposure. There are physical or emotional events as a result of betrayal or moral injury or traumatic experiences. Trauma is both an objective and a subjective event. It is the individual's subjective experience that determines whether the event is or is not trauma. From this perspective, trauma is something that leaves a person fearing a threat either to life or bodily integrity or emotional stability. And it's one that totally overwhelms their ability to cope. Trauma, therefore, is a deeply personal experience and one that is defined by the experience of the individual who survives it. Because violence is everywhere in our culture, the effects of violence is pervasive, and coping responses are various and complex. And so trauma can be the result almost of both experiencing violence, of seeing violence, but also of defining it as a violent event that overwhelms our responses. The symptoms of this experience or this response to trauma are symptoms of adaptation, of coping, and they are usually the best that we can do in that moment. And that's really important to remember when you deal with your patients. Today, we will explore different types of traumas and different ways of coping. We will talk about severe chronic experiences. And we will also talk about witnessing trauma and participating in the care of individuals who've experienced trauma. We look at and we will explore how we create a community that supports the healing process for as long as it takes. And again, that is a critical point because trauma doesn't always heal quickly. And sometimes we suppress it and it comes back years later and resurfaces in different ways. We need to look at how we create a community that supports the healing of trauma at all points in time. How do we keep in our hearts those who are experiencing trauma for all the time they need to recover? How do we keep from judging or growing impatient if they are not able to move on, as we would say? And how do we best prepare ourselves for dealing with the inevitable trauma that we will experience ourselves? How do we prepare and how do we cope for that? Our Christian faith and our Christian beliefs can provide a holistic and supportive framework for healing. There are key principles in our Christian beliefs and in many spiritual beliefs that help us to work through trauma. It's God's presence and comfort and those he sends into our lives to help create presence and comfort for us. It's God's forgiveness and reconciliation and those he sends into our lives to provide forgiveness and reconciliation for us. And it's hope and renewal, and that's also what we will be talking about today. God's promise for hope and renewal and for restoration is what's critical for us to heal and to recover from trauma. And this can reduce our symptoms of anxiety and depression and post-traumatic stress syndrome. It can improve our coping mechanism and resiliency, and it can renew our sense of purpose and hope, enhance our relationship with others, and ultimately our relationship with God. By integrating Christian beliefs with therapeutic practices, it provides a framework for believers to find hope, forgiveness, and restoration in God. We can highlight the phenomenon of resiliency and the relevance of community in healing. Isaiah 53, verse 3 and 4, in the New International Version says, "He was despised and rejected by mankind, a man of suffering and familiar with pain. Like one from whom people hide their faces, he was despised and we held him in low esteem. Surely he took upon us our pain and bore our suffering, yet we considered him punished by God, stricken by him and afflicted." We as individuals and as a community need to both understand and respond to trauma in a compassionate and caring way. Because many times, the ones that are suffering trauma have taken onto themselves the pain of our generation and our culture. Both our professional training and our deep spiritual beliefs and value help us craft our responses. And for Christians, we look to Christ as the one who took up our pain and bore our suffering as the ultimate healer. So join with me today to delve into this critical topic, into these difficult experiences, and to the hope for restoration and healing. It's now my pleasure to have Dr. Elaine Gaynor come to the stage and introduce one of our keynote speakers who will speak to us about the theory of caring.
Thank you for the privilege of introducing my friend and colleague, Dr. Kristen Swanson. Dr. Swanson was most recently the Dean and Professor Emeritus at Seattle University, and she served as the chair of the Swedish Board of Directors for a period of time as well. Her research on caring has been grounded in her experiences clinically with responses to miscarriage and interventions to promote healing after pregnancy loss. She is a distinguished alumni and professor at University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill, where she was the dean for several years, and she was also the chief nursing officer for the academic affairs of UNC hospitals. She has spoken widely, not only in the United States, but abroad, Thailand, Taiwan, Colombia, Sweden, to name a few. She is a fellow in the American Academy of Nursing, and that's a very distinguished honor. She's also in the Washington State Nursing Association Hall of Fame. That's not a small achievement either. I know her, though, as my friend and as my nursing colleague, and I've used her theory of caring with students and in practice. I was able to implement that at Swedish Hospital in Seattle, and I really have found her definitions of caring very useful and helpful. So let's see if I can remember them. The first one is knowing, and by that she means knowing what this particular situation means to the patient and family. Secondly, being with. This is being emotionally available to have a deep relationship with the patient. And I always told students, if you guard yourself from the negative feelings or the pain that the patient's having, you're also going to blunt the joy and the good feelings as well. So be open. The next one is doing for. This is the physical, spiritual, and emotional care that we provide when the patient and family can't do it for themselves. Enabling. Now, this might have a negative connotation, but she defines it as helping the patient to become independent and to be able to manage their own issues themselves. And so in that way, it's a constructive concept. And the last one, and we're going to talk a lot about this today, is maintaining hope. Can this particular situation yield something positive? As nurses, to come into that situation and believe that God can do something good is a real gift to the patient and family. So with that, Kristen, we welcome you to Azusa Pacific University, and we look forward to what you're going to share today. Did I do okay? You did all right.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you, Dr. Gaynor, a longtime friend of mine. I also want to recognize Dean Renee Pasa for inviting me today. Recognize Dean Emerita Aya Lesh for this conference. And most of all, thank you to Dr. Brent Woods, who helped me to get organized and be here today. So I'm going to speak with you about caring, grace, and gratitude. Okay. All right, in front of you, you're going to see an old friend, Maslow's hierarchy of needs. And we start out with Maslow's hierarchy of needs that identifies that during times of trauma and stress, much like COVID, we find ourselves resorting to, depending on the most basic physiologic needs as a way to make sense of the world. When we don't have those basic needs met, we are left feeling very, very concerned about even just existing and getting by. The next level, we talk about the needs for self-esteem and for love and relationship in our lives. And with that, the most important thing is just knowing that we matter to another person. And are we able to participate in life? The next level up is about self-actualization. I should know that one, right? If I can know a basic model. But with that self-actualization, those are the times in which we are talking about flourishing and letting our ultimate creativity come through. So if you just think about your life for the last 4 years as we've come through COVID, the idea of being creative and flourishing and connecting and having that basic sense of wholeness was a real stretch. But we are now on the other side, hopefully, of it. And I ask you as we have this conversation to start to think about, what does this mean for caring for yourself? Okay, so what does this all mean for, just think about it, caring for yourself? What does it mean with regards to caring for, okay. Okay, so the problem is, this one does not advance with that one. Yep. These. Okay. Okay, I got it. I have to make my right hand make the slides go forward for you and my left hand make the slide go forward for me. I'm going to do this. Caring for others and caring for our organization. Okay. Now, doing this for myself. Okay, that's not working. All right, let me try this. This part I can do. So the work that I'm going to talk to you about caring comes from a basis of research. And it started with my doctoral dissertation, which was a phenomenologic study of what is it like to miscarry. From that study, I went on to spend almost 2 years just hanging out at the newborn intensive care unit. And during that time, I interviewed 19 different providers and spent time just watching every single day what care looked like. And the purpose of that study was to ask, what is it like to provide care for very vulnerable infants? The third study involved talking to 8 women who had received a very long-term public health nursing intervention, where these young moms, right at the point of discovering they're pregnant, to their baby was 1 year old, they had a master's prepared public health nurse assigned to that mom to help her take care of herself so she could ultimately take care of her family. So I was able to interview 8 of the original 69 women approximately 4 years after the study ended. And I wanted to know from the perspective of those nurses, what did they do to express caring? I mean, I knew it from the nurses because they told me. I actually went out to the moms to say, the nurses claim what they did was caring. What did you perceive you got? So the first question, of course, was 4 years later, would they even remember the nurse? And the answer was yes, very much so. So that was the qualitative basis of discovering the theory of caring. The next study involved, I developed several different measures to get at caring, so that moved me into some descriptive studies. I did 2 randomized controlled trials that were NIH funded, and that was to look at, does counseling based on caring make a difference for women in their healing? And then in the subsequent study was for couples in their healing. One of the most meaningful pieces of research I ever did was working with the Showater Bay Indian tribe, which is a very small tribe in Southwest Washington that had more than its share of pregnancy losses, a great number of them. And I was invited in by the community to work with them to make sense of what happened and to start the healing.
And then the last piece of research in my career, and this has been pretty much the work of the last 15 years, has been translating caring to practice, into leadership, into education. So that gives you, in a nutshell, the research behind what I'm about to say. Okay, my chairperson was Dr. Jean Watson, and Jean used to always say, if you begin with your very notion of what it means to have personhood, just think about that. What does it mean to have personhood? And if you can accord the status of having personhood to everyone you meet, you can't help but engage your own capacity for caring. So I define caring as a nurturing way of relating to a valued other toward whom you feel a personal sense of commitment and responsibility. This definition, it warrants pulling it apart a little bit. Nurturing means to the growth or the betterment of the other. It happens in relationship. You have to walk into this time and be there with the other person. You accord the other the status of personhood and the fact that you are committed to them and they are valued. If you don't see them, and I'm as capable of this as the next one, real quick story, driving home in the rain, realize I need to get a half-gallon of milk, pull into 7-Eleven, it's pouring. I go to the refrigerator. They have a carton there that's just about expired, but I pick it up, I run to the register, I put my money down, and I'm in total machine mode, stressed machine mode. And the person at the register says to me, hey there, pretty bad weather out there. Make sure you drive carefully now. And I looked up and saw another human being. Up until then, I was treating the whole transaction as an ATM machine that I was angry at. This man, by seeing my personhood, restored me to the level of person. And you have so much of that power in your everyday life, amazingly so in your professional lives. So that personal sense of commitment. And then the last piece of it is responsibility. I know there are multiple health professions present. Each one of you takes an oath of some nature at the end or during your work that you will do the best care you can within the responsibility of your professional role. But when I talk about caring, it's about your professional role, but it's also about your personal role. So whether it is your relationship with your boyfriend or girlfriend, your spouse, your children, your parents, in any one of those roles, you bear a responsibility. And that responsibility as perhaps husband and as spouses is that you commit to be there for each other no matter what. So as you listen to me, I want you to think about this work on caring as having to do with your professional life, but please also critique it for whether or not it makes sense in your personal life. The 5 categories, Dr. Gaynor has described them to you: knowing, being with, doing for, enabling, and maintaining belief, and I'm going to go into a little bit more detail on each one of them. Knowing means striving to understand an event as it has meaning in the life of the other. In doing so, we approach the other, avoiding assumptions, assessing thoroughly what's going on, seeking cues, centering on the other. And as you begin to really understand what the other one is going through, you can't help become engaged yourself. So knowing means trying to get the story as it occurs to the other. I have, let's see if I can find my paper now that I brought up. Okay, I can't. So I'll tell you a story about a father who was in the NICU study. And he talked about arriving at the NICU every day with his wife to see their twin babies. But he tells the story of, actually, this is our 3rd time in 3 years in the newborn intensive care unit. The last 2 times, our infants died before we could take them home. So here we are, round 3, with twins. And he said, we used to arrive at the unit, and at first, the nurses thought we were being resistive to learning what they were trying to teach us. But when we told them, this is our story,
They got us. And the most important thing to me and to us was not to talk about the little things like, is he moving, or is he able to engage? What we wanted to know is, what's the oxygen levels? Is he feeding? Is he being able to breathe on his own? So every day we'd arrive, wash our hands, she'd go directly to the babies, and I'd go to the charts and start reading what was going on. This dad said they were, in essence, expert parents. And what they needed us to do was to allow them access to the babies and every bit of information there was available on those babies. Being with is being emotionally present to the other. It means you're there. You know, so often we see that gauge of, I'm going to talk specifically about nursing now, when we walk up to somebody and we ask them how they're doing, and then we just stand there, eyes to eyes, engaged, looking at them. The message is, what's happening to you matters to me. When being with, we endure with somebody over the long run. We take the time to share our feelings with them, but we never burden them with our experience of their experience. One of the women from the miscarriage study told me that, she said, I had this nurse. He was a male nurse. And I remember his eyes were wet. He was really impacted by what we were going through. I mean, it's not like he broke down, but I could tell he cared, and he kept talking to us and patting my leg and saying, it's going to be okay. It's going to be done soon. And when they used that little suction thing and it hurt so much, I remember him just saying, it's going to be done soon. It's going to be done soon. I mean, it's not like he broke down and started crying. That wasn't it at all. I could just tell that he cared, and that really mattered a lot. Doing for, which just flew by, is doing for the other as they would do for themselves if it were at all possible. This is the physical administrations we do in our care, in our caregiving, in our families. It's performing competently and skillfully. It's comforting the other, anticipating their needs, protecting them, and no matter what we do, preserving their dignity. Another story from the miscarriage study was a woman talking about her husband. She said, well, we got home from the hospital and I was bleeding. So he ran to the drugstore and I told him I needed some pads. Well, he brought back every pad you can imagine. There were tampons, there were pads, there were Depends. He brought them all home. She said, you know, we have so many of them still sitting around. He was so sweet. He just brought me poached eggs and climbed into bed with me. And he said, honey, all I care about is that you're okay. So doing for is doing for the other what they would do for themselves if it were at all possible. Enabling, as Dr. Gaynor said, can have a pretty bad rap. The work on discussing enabling as a way of codependence, that work actually was started in about 1984, and I was talking about enabling as a good thing in 1983, so first of the line. But it means informing and explaining, validating, giving feedback, generating alternatives, and helping them think it through. One of the moms from the Clinical Nursing Models Project, this is the woman who received the long-term public health nursing intervention, she told me that her mom used to come and say, you know, you don't know if he's getting enough nutrition. You really ought to get the bottle, get the formula, that's better. And she said, my husband, he'd be like, honey, no, the breast is best. Make sure you give that baby your milk. So here I am caught between the two of them. And then my nurse, Carol, would arrive, and Carol would say to me, this is why we need to breastfeed. And you know what? She brought her research, and I could always quote that to my mother-in-law. Maintaining belief is sustaining faith in the capacity of the other to come through an event or transition and face a future with meaning. It includes believing in the other and holding them in esteem. Offering a hope-filled as opposed to a hopeless attitude, going the distance, offering realistic optimism, and helping the other find meaning. I have a really beautiful story of a nurse in the newborn intensive care unit creating a hope-filled scene with a brand new dad. The baby was born at 23 weeks gestation, tiny little thing. And I said to the dad, "Do you remember the first time you met your son?" And he said, "Yeah." And then he started smiling, like a laugh. And I said, "What's going on?" He goes, "Yeah, Max had this really crazy nurse. She was really great, but she was weird. She was wonderful." He said, "I came in to see Max for the first time, and she said to me, 'Oh, you're the dad. Come here. Look at this strong little guy.'" And he said, "I looked down," and she said, "Look at those muscles." She said, "Well, I looked down, and there he was with his little butt up in the air, his thigh muscles pulled up underneath of him. And I saw the tightness of that butt and thighs, and I thought, yeah, he kind of looks like a little wrestler sitting there. This guy's going to pull through." And I sat there listening to this dad bragging about his son's muscles. And when I met the dad, when the baby was a year old, they came back to Seattle for some care. And I interviewed the dad again, and I said, "Can you tell me about Max compared to other little children the same age?" And the dad said, "Oh, Max is really strong. You should see when that kid crawls. Why, he's got these thigh muscles like you've never seen before." That nurse introduced that man as a dad to that son. He didn't tell me about all the lines and the monitors and the oxygen sounds and the beeping. He didn't talk to me about that at all. He talked to me about how the nurse introduced him to the role of dad and that little boy to the role of son. That, to me, is a beautiful example of maintaining belief, turning what could be a very traumatic moment into one that still sustained hope. So I talk about caring as consisting of 5 processes, the first being knowing or striving to understand an event as it has meaning in the life of the other. The outcome of caring, is a sense of healing or wholeness on the part of the recipient. So as a consequence of knowing or striving to understand an event as it has meaning in the life of the other, the outcome is simple. The other feels understood. The consequence of being with is being emotionally present, and the experience of the recipient is they feel like they matter, they feel valued. The consequence of doing for, as the other would do for themselves, is in our hands. The other feels safe and comforted. The consequence of enabling or providing information, support, and validation is the recipient feels capable, whether it is to get through the next minute or to get through the illness, the chronic illness. How do I live with it? How do I change my life? They feel capable of managing. And the last caring category, and you notice I put it straight across the center, because I believe that if you maintain belief in any caregiving situation, you see that there is an opportunity for hope, even at the end of life. And those who are Christian and believe in the rest of life, what comes later, sustaining hope for meaning after death becomes just a natural part of who we are. So this hopefulness, I remember the work, study of mothers, women with breast cancer, and the researcher talking about the importance of clear through to the end of life being able to sustain hope. She described it as a woman finds out she has breast cancer. Her first hope, I will be alive to see my grandchildren. Things get worse. Next hope, I will be there at my daughter's upcoming wedding. Next hope, I can be with my daughter when she picks out her dress. Next hope, I will not die alone. Next hope, there is something for me coming next. But this researcher talked about hope can get narrower and more focused the more ill we become. But the importance of hope as opposed to hopelessness all the way to the end. So when you put it all together, my belief is that as a consequence of knowing, being with, doing for, enabling, and maintaining belief, the recipient should feel understood, valued, safe and comforted, capable, and hopeful for the future. These 5 balloons down the side, if you will, are the markers of mine for what constitutes healing. The other side is the markers of what constitutes caring. Okay, I'm going to switch modes a little bit and talk about some research by a woman named Dr. Haldorsdotter, and she describes 5 ways we could choose to be together when we come together in community. So I want you to think about a unit that you work on. If you're early in your career, I want you to think about wherever the unit is you work at, whether it's Target or whether it's the ICU. Wherever it is, you happen to come together in community. The first way we can be together is what she calls, okay, this is going the opposite now. Okay. All right, well, this is really funny. I usually do it from the bottom up, which is going from the worst to the best, but this slide has decided we're going to go to the best. So the first mode of being together is what she calls life-giving or biogenic, when our sense of being together is that we are co-creators. There is this wonderful feeling of love flowing freely through us. It's that kind of time when you are with your family, and it's that great meal that you're all sitting together and somebody tells a joke, and the next thing you know, you're all laughing together and having this deep sense of how wonderful it is to be in this group. It's when you're at work and the going gets tough, but somehow you all pull together, you work as a team, you make sure that nobody is left behind, and at the end of the day, you realize you've accomplished something together. In this mode, both you and I are co-creators of goodness. The next level she calls bioactive, and this is life-sustaining. This is when you and I come together as concerned, compassionate, competent caregivers, and both of us are caring partners in the work we do. We get through a hard day together. We've managed it. You and your patient have the time you need to do the teaching you need, and you both walk away with a sense of, okay, I can handle this. The next one is she calls biopassive. This is kind of life neutral. This is where you are detached, passive, and disengaged. Think of it as the day you punch the clock. You work in between and you punch the clock on the way out, and if anybody asked you what happened, you won't remember having done any harm, but you won't remember having done any joy. When we do this, all this discussion of who you are or who I am is kind of irrelevant talk. I mean, it's a job. The next level she talks about is biostatic. This is when my actions are life-restraining to you. I am basically ignoring whatever your plight is, and I treat you like you're a nuisance. So you, in the end, are nothing more than an irritant in my day. And at the bottom of it all, she refers to biocytic relationships, which are life-destroying. They're acid-edged. My words are alienating to you. I diminish you just by giving you a glare. She refers to this as biocytic, where both you and I... Okay, can someone tell me what the bottom blue line says? Okay, the other becomes the target of my fury. So you can see where inside of this, I could go from the bottom up, right? You are nothing more than a target. You are an irritant. Passive, I don't even know who you're talking about. Active, together we can get the work done. And biogenic, we flourish together. And I want to tell you a quick story about a Thanksgiving dinner at my house. I was dating somebody new, and he was handsome. He was really handsome. And I had 2 sons, and they were 5 and 8. And I worked all day long while the guys sat and watched a football game. And I had this picture of this amazing day. So I worked really hard all morning. I had the dining room set up. I served this dinner that was to die for. And as I got the dinner set, I say, okay, come on, guys, it's time to eat.
wait a minute, one more play. We just got to see this one through.
So we wait a minute, wait a minute. Okay, the play ends. Then they start to come to the table, but for the last 3 hours, they've been watching a game and drinking fluids. So what do they all have to do? They got to go to the bathroom now. So I'm waiting and waiting, and finally, they all come to the table. So my sons and I have a prayer that we say before every meal, and it goes like this: thank you for our family, thank you for our food, thank you we can all be here together, amen. You see, it's a very thoughtful, deep prayer. So we're ready to eat. Everybody's grabbing the food in front of them, and Mr. Wonderful, who's kind of now getting a little on my nerves because he wasn't doing much to get those boys to the table on time, he says, "Stop." And the boys look at him and he goes, "Look around and tell me what you see." So my 8-year-old son says, "A turkey." The 5-year-old, not being outdone, says, "Mashed potatoes." Okay, I don't know where the kids are looking at me like, "Mom," and I'm looking at them like I have no idea what this is about. But I'm now starting to think of the turkey leg as a weapon of destruction. And it goes on, and I'm really irritated now. I am so much down in the bioacidic space. This biogenic meal I had in mind, that was a thing of the past. So finally, he says, "Okay, kids, I'll tell you what I see. Look around this room. What you see is a woman's touch. Look what your mom did to create this amazing meal for all of us. What did your mom do?" And my sons say, "The candlelight, the good crystal." And suddenly, this bioacidic dump was back up in the biogenic space. And I give this example to you to say, every one of us has it in us to be part of keeping something bioacidic and part of moving something up to biogenic. When you have that workday that you're short-staffed, maybe a realistic goal on the worst of days is biopassive. Nobody is harmed for the result of your care. Most days, my guess is you arrive at the bioactive space where you're competent, compassionate. But on those magnificent days when it gets really tough and we have the chance to sit still with somebody, hold their hand and have a conversation that you made a difference, trust me, those biogenic moments will carry you through the worst of times. Okay. So, gratitude is one way we can find our way to joy. Brene Brown says, "Through research, we learn that the most effective way to cultivate joy in our lives is to practice gratitude." The key word here is practice, not just about feeling grateful. It's about developing an observable practice. One has to start to ask yourself, what's the best trigger for you to practice gratitude? What gets you going? You don't just magically feel grateful. Gratitude is an observed practice. And developing gratitude practices requires quiet contemplation and focus. So the gift of caring, this work that we do, is that it helps us to find joy and gratitude when we can serve others with meaning. We have a choice. You can live joyless, and that is living as though you will never obtain all the joy that is yours to be had. Accepting fear as the warp and scarcity as the web of our lives. Sitting around waiting for it to get better. Or pouting, grumbling, pointing, and whining in lieu of seeking and acting to make things better. So what is joyfulness? Joyfulness comes when you know you are exactly where you're meant to be. I heard this wonderful physician healer one day ask the room, what if it were true that you are exactly where you're meant to be? What if that were true? And I've used that mantra a lot to get me through some scary times. What if it is true that I am exactly where I'm meant to be? Moving in that energy is recognizing you're never alone, that there is always universal love, God's love, the work of nature that has to happen. It's with you if you open yourself up to it. It's affirming life through service, creation, and connection. My kids used to say to me, you know, Mom, you don't have to ask the big why. You're a nurse. You know you make a difference. It's being intimately connected to the people, the purpose we bring to this world, and to the place we get to do it in. Joy is simply experiencing gratitude that this is your life. And then more than anything else, joy comes when we realize that grace means that you live with faith, hope, and love. Last slide. This is from Meg Wheatley. The essential truth I'm discovering right now is that when we are together, more becomes possible. When we are together, joy is available. In the midst of a world that is insane, that will continue to surprise you with new outrages, in the midst of that future, our gift is each other. Thank you very much.
We can just take a few minutes and field some questions in case that hasn't taken place. So, somebody, but if you can stand up and just use your public speaking voice, we'll go from there.
I think that was his graceful way of saying your outdoor voice is welcome here. Questions? Comments? Rebuttal? Thank you. I don't know if you could hear it, but it was basically reflected back that this makes sense in light of her practice and teaching and how she looks forward now to bringing it into her everyday work. So thank you so much. And you'll hear more later about the work that you do, so we appreciate that. Okay, this is the hook. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much. I love it.
Oh, thank you.
It's such a practical way to apply it. What an amazing talk and what an amazing theory to have developed this, and such a practical way for us to incorporate this in our care. I'm going to just announce just a quick change. Dr. Kirkjian has been delayed. He is the medical director over at Huntington Hospital. He'll be coming a little later, and so we are going to continue with Gail Sharp, who is the one that just spoke, and so you already got a brief introduction to how she uses some of the information we're providing to provide and instruct the nurses at her hospital. So Gail celebrated the 40th year of nursing in 2025 with a clinical focus in emergency room nursing. She transitioned from the emergency department at Los Angeles County and USC Medical Center in 2016 to work at Pomona Valley Hospital Medical Center, where she manages the emergency department. Gail is nationally certified in both emergency nursing and trauma nursing. In addition to being nationally certified in nursing, she's also a professional development specialist, and she recently received her Associate of Arts in Nursing at Pasadena City College, holds a Bachelor of Science degree from UCLA, and a Master of Nursing and Master of Hospital Administration from the University of Phoenix. Gail frequently lectures on human trafficking with a focus on nursing recognition and treatment. She's an avid reader and in her time off enjoys visiting national parks with a recent visit to the Grand Canyon. and that's an amazing experience just in itself. But she's also a wonderful preceptor. She has precepted many of you who are in this room who have a rotation at Pomona Valley Medical Center. She's a great model of what nurses do every day in the emergency room. So with great pleasure, let me introduce Gail Sharp to talk to you about trauma.
Hello, good morning. Welcome. I have my notes here, so if the light's shining in my eyes and I sort of gaze over, I'm just going to look down to my notes with my glasses, and oh, I can see. So, how many of you are currently working in the emergency department? This is the participatory part of it. Good, good. We have a few. Okay. What about the cheap seats? Anybody up there? All right, cheap seat. Oh, actually, when I went to see Adele, that was called the nosebleed section. All right, any aspiring ED nurses up there? Just clap. All right, so I have spent most of my life in a professional life working in the emergency department. I still don't have my clicker, but that's okay. And what I want to share with you over this next few minutes, let me set my magic watch and my magic timer so I don't go over my allotted time. There we go. I want to share with you the ups and downs of emergency nursing, and I want to talk with you a lot about the growth of self-care, taking care of ourselves. One quote I really like is, "You can't give from an empty cup." And what nursing does, unless you're prepared for it, will literally suck your life, the life out of you, because so much is demanded of you. For those emergency nurses, do you kind of agree? Yeah? Okay, good. No wonder I didn't see it. Okay, moving on. Where do I point it? Sorry, Brett. There we go. All right. Do you guys have, okay. So I'm just going to talk to you about my story. You can do a Google search and look what trauma is. I'm going to talk about kind of dealing with trauma patients and the trauma I experienced as a new nurse. If you look at the next slide, there's some learning outcomes. I'm not going to read them. You can always read. You can all read. And now I want to talk a little bit about this slide. This particular doesn't work. Okay, that's all right. My lunch pail in the 2nd grade had a picture just like that on the lunch pail. I have always wanted to be a nurse. Can't tell you why. I was cared for at a military base hospital. We didn't have nurses, we had corpsmen, but I always wanted to be a nurse. So I went to UCLA, go Bruins. My goal was to get into their School of Nursing. I'm a good student. I'm not a great student. I didn't make the cut. So I finished up my degree in kinesiology, and my goal was to work in a research lab, and I did. How many of you are familiar with lactate as a measure of shock? Everybody should raise their hand, right? This is not new information. I can tell you when I worked in that research lab in the late 70s, that's 1970, for those of you who are kind of new to that time frame, there were no commercial lactate machines. The physician who ran the shock research unit built it in a lab. It was literally a handmade lactate machine. And he was one of the first ones to associate lactates with shock, and I was in that research unit. So, unfortunately, I got married young, I got divorced young, and I moved in with my mom and dad. And guess what Mom said to me? You need to go to nursing school. So I went to Pasadena City College. I already had fortunately, my bachelor's from UCLA got me a position within the School of Nursing, spent 2 years. And guess what? When you're in nursing school, you need a job, right? You have to provide for your child and incidental expense. You can't always be going to mommy and daddy for money. So I got a job working at night in a small emergency department. Small, when I say small, It had one doctor. Until 2 o'clock in the morning, it had 2 nurses, and between 2 a.m. and 7 a.m., there was 1 nurse, 1 clerk, and a physician. I was the clerk. So you can imagine my eyes were open to emergency nursing. So that's where I got my passion for emergency nursing, and I'm going to get into what happens the next little bit phases. So the next thing I like to talk about is the seduction of the challenge. One night, it's before 2 a.m., we get a rollover TC in this small community emergency department. 16-year-old was ejected from the car. All the ED folks will say, that's bad. That patient should have gone to the trauma center. Gosh knows why he came to us. He was intubated by the paramedics. He was barely clinging to life, and here we are in this small community hospital. We got the ER doc, no trauma surgeon, ER doc working to resuscitate him, and 2 nurses, and then there's me. So guess who gets to deal with the grieving family? Gail does. Do we have a family room for the family to sit at? Nope, we don't. We have the doctor's lounge. So here I am, trying my best to learn all my therapeutic communication, talking to this grieving family, and they're asking, where's the doctor? And I had to say, your son is so severely injured, the doctor can't come out. So my role model from that was Carol. I always wanted to be like Carol after that because she could handle anything. And you know what? I wanted to be that kind of nurse. So now I'm an emergency nurse. The patient eventually died, and so I had to, I was with the family. The first time I prayed with a family, it was very powerful. And then it came time to take the young man to the morgue. I told the night supervisor, hey, let me do it. And he goes, well, you don't have to, you're a clerk. And I said, well, I'm in nursing school. This is the job, right? This is the job. So I took the young man to the morgue, thinking it was just transporting, putting him on the tray, closing the door. But as I'm getting ready to close the door, I pause. For some reason, I wanted to give time for his soul to escape. So I'm recognizing the spirit within him, that it is past, and in my somehow young brain, I thought closing the door would close his soul into the refrigerator. So, a little bit about me. I am an adult child of alcoholic parents. I'm sure I have some company in this room. I will not ask you to raise your hand. But as an adult child of alcoholic parents, we tend to become codependent. We seek approval. We want to be heroes. Does that kind of work with working in the emergency department? Yeah, a little bit of hero in there. So I really wanted to work in a trauma hospital, so I left the little community hospital, went to a community trauma center. This is exactly what our rooms look like after a trauma. There is so much blood. And for you newer nurses, there's really not a lot that prepares you for that. Because remember, the blood on the floor is their life-giving fluid. When it's on the floor and it's not in them, it's so deleterious to their health. So, but you get used to the blood. Some people, I met somebody one time that talked about the smell of blood. I don't smell blood. I've been around blood so much, I don't even smell it. Do you guys think that there's a smell to blood? Yeah, I don't smell it. It's just blood. So we had our share of drunk drivers, even in the little community. We had our gang wars, we had our drug wars, we had auto versus pedestrians, and we had kids. We had a law enforcement shootout in our little community. It was ATF agents versus the bad guys. At that time, paramedics were taught to strip and flip, basically take off all their clothes so that you could see all the injuries. So they came in their underwear. Do you think we could tell the good guys from the bad guys by their underwear? We could. And we did our best. But guns are horrible weapons and they wreak destruction on a body. Sorry about that. And one of the ATF agents was shot in the head. He was up in the ICU. Somehow I ended up in the elevator with his young son being escorted up to the ICU to see his dad. And he just says, like little kids do, I'm gonna go see my daddy. The doctors and the nurses are taking care of him and they're gonna make him better. I know they wouldn't. And you know, when you're a young nurse, I didn't have a place for those feelings. I truly did not. Guns are prolific in America. I want to make sure I get my notes right on this. I don't want to say anything controversial. Guns are prolific in America, and the hospital doesn't need to be in the inner city to see gun violence. Some patients were involved in illicit drug trade, one-to-one violence, or suicides. At the time, if someone came in with a gunshot wound to the chest, we did a resuscitative thoracotomy. Where's my ED guy over here? What do you call that? Resuscitative thoracotomy. And he's quiet now. It's called cracking the chest. Is there blood all over the place? Absolutely. And I was worried that there was so much blood that people would be slipping in the blood while they're trying to resuscitate this patient. So what does Nurse Gail do? She gets the bath blankets, and she just puts blankets all around the bed, even before the patient arrives, because I know we're going to crack the chest. That became normal. What in nursing school teaches you that? Nothing. Nothing. You're just like, I don't know. Here's another one about guns. One time a man found out his wife was cheating, so he went after the gigolo, so to speak, with what the paramedics described as an elephant gun. Now, I don't come from a hunting family, but I can tell you when the aggrieved husband shot the gigolo, it was below his knee, and it effectively amputated his leg. Now, this was before tourniquets. So as he's coming from North Pasadena all the way down to Huntington, there's just blood everywhere. As we bring him into the ambulance bay, there's blood everywhere. So I did this for 4 years. As a nurse doing trauma at that time, it's like you're a registered nurse, you do trauma. There was no training except for chest tubes. There was no continuing education. It was just do. There was nothing about supporting each other through this trauma. And I started to feel it. My breaking point came with an autoversid ped involving a 9-year-old. I'm a little too close to the mic, aren't I? Maybe back up a little bit. Involving a 9-year-old who was hit by a slow-moving van. It was a right-hand turn. He was walking to school with his mom, and the sun was in the driver's eyes, and she hit them going at a low speed. So let me give you a kinetic energy lesson. Does anybody know how you describe kinetic energy? Okay, up there, is it mass times velocity squared? It absolutely is, mass times velocity squared. So if I take my car, which is an Explorer, and I go 100 miles an hour into a wall, I'm gonna create a lot of kinetic energy. My car's gonna absorb it, as do I. But if I'm going 40 miles an hour with the same vehicle into the same wall, there's less kinetic energy. Therefore, I have fewer injuries. My car's totaled, because most cars get totaled after any crash now. All right, so now let's take this a little bit further when we talk about bullets. If I take a 22, how big is a 22? It's like about, it's tiny, tiny, tiny. And I put it in a handgun and I shoot somebody. A handgun doesn't create that much velocity, therefore you have a smaller wound. What if I put that 22 into a rifle? Higher speed, higher velocity, more damage to the patient. So there's a big difference between handgun injuries and rifle injuries, and it depends on the ammunition. Now let's go back to the bus. The bus wasn't going very fast, was it? Making a right turn. But it had enough mass that it knocked the young boy to the ground. It was enough kinetic energy, we found out later, to sever his renal artery. I remember him coming in, barely clinging to life, and he was literally white as a ghost. I still remember it to this day. So unfortunately, his resuscitation was also unsuccessful. So remember, as an emergency nurse, I now care for the patient. I now clean up the patient so the family can see him. And then who brings the family in to see the patient? I do, right? So I've watched this 9-year-old die. Oh, by the way, I have a 9-year-old at home. So I watched this 9-year-old die. I'm now bringing his parents in. I'm bringing his little brother in. And the little brother's lying on the ground, just screaming, that's my brother, and pounding the floor. This is the job. This is the trauma of nursing. All emergency department nurses are trauma nurses, but this is the trauma that I felt as a nurse, and I was very unprepared. So, what did I do? When you feel a lot of anger and angst and pain, what's one of our normal reactions? We cry, right? So I'm crying on my way to work. And then on a bad shift like the little boy died, I got a bottle of alcohol because I don't want those screams in my head, and I don't want to see that little boy dead. That is not healthy. That is what happens when you don't take care of yourself when you experience trauma. Now, I'm going to say right now, before I get to the end of my presentation, that it's not only ED nurses who experience trauma. Do pediatric nurses experience trauma? Raise your hands. Absolutely, absolutely. What LDRP nurses? Labor nurses, okay? Like the previous speaker, not all babies born are going home. What about the ICUs? Especially during COVID, ICU is used to having patients die. They're not used to having every patient die like what happened in COVID. Okay. So, we are taught to care for patients, but not for ourselves. And I had to tell you, at that time, I was very angry at God. How could God let this happen? So I did what most good ED nurses do when they're burned out. I got another job. I got an administrative position where I worked Monday through Friday. I had every weekend off, and I had every holiday off. And I worked for the Department of Health Services, and it was a very rewarding career. One thing I do want to talk about is substance use among nurses, or substance use disorder among nurses. Do you guys see the number up there on the screen? What does that translate into? 1 out of 5. So that second row right here, there's about 10 of you. 2 of you in your nursing career will experience substance use disorder. What's going to keep them from asking for help? Well, number one, they're caregivers, so they don't ask for help. I give care. I don't have to ask for help, right? And then they're also afraid of punishment or discipline. What if the board finds out? Are they going to take action on my license? So we hide our substance use disorder and we become functional alcoholics. Anybody here enjoy wine? All right, good. Come on, raise your hands because I know the rest of you are lying, okay? The rest of you are lying. All right. The normal serving size of wine is 5 ounces. That is considered a drink. It is half a soda can. It is a little bit more than half a cup. How many of you have seen wine glasses that are 5 ounces? I make my point. Ha, it's good to laugh. All right, this isn't funny. Nurses experience a higher rate of suicide than the general population. We don't ask for help. The demons overtake us of what we've seen and what we've heard and what we've experienced, and we commit suicide. All right, now on a better note, so after about 9 years of working as a clipboard nurse, I was offered a position at LA County USC General Hospital. Anybody remember seeing this hospital? That's the hospital that I worked at. 14 floors at its heyday, was able to hold over 1,000 patients, one of the busiest emergency departments in the nation. And I worked there. I was what they called a mobile intensive care nurse. It was part-time. The kids were with their dad, so let's make some money, and I was good at it. So I gave online medical direction and patient destination for paramedics. We were a busy trauma center, so I got my share of trauma from them. So just so you know, if you don't know, USC was finished in 1932. It was built by the County of Los Angeles to replace previous hospitals, and the goal was that they would never have to build another hospital again, which was good until about 15 years ago, which was good until we had about the Northridge quake. That caused a little disarrangement, and so we'd have a replacement hospital. But if you notice, they didn't tear this one down. It's still standing. And so they use it for teaching and classrooms and things like that. So what did I learn at LA County USC? You hate the summer. Why? Little kids are excited for ice creams, right? And then they get in front of the ice cream truck, and then it's child versus ice cream truck. Remember kinetic energy? Sometimes it didn't, sometimes it was horrible. We also had our share of drunk drivers. We also had our gang wars. We had drug wars. I'm going to talk about homeboy drop-off buzzer in just a little bit. We had domestic violence. But this is where I really learned to be a trauma nurse, because the ENA recognized, the Emergency Nurses Association recognized that emergency nurses needed specialized training in trauma. So I took the TNCC course, the Trauma Nurse Core Curriculum, and I really learned the how and why of what I was doing. I learned how to anticipate care. I learned to work as part of a team, and the team I found at LA County, unfortunately, wasn't present in the other hospital that I worked, so I really appreciated this team. You guys, can I get a picture of the hospital up there, please? All right, I don't have a red buzzer, but do you guys see the curved? So look at the bottom of the picture. Everybody looking at the bottom? You see that curved sort of cement thing? That's a driveway. You see that big parking lot right there? That's the emergency department. So if your buddy got shot by a gang rival or a drug rival, and you didn't want to talk to the cops because you don't want to talk to the cops, right? You would drive your buddy up that ramp. You would kind of dump him off in the middle of the parking lot. You'd ring a buzzer, and then you'd speed away. That way we knew there was a trauma victim outside, and we'd get our gurney, and we'd pick up the gunshot wound, and we'd take him inside. A little bit about drunk drivers. Caring for drunk drivers really taxes us to use all of our nursing skills. I'm very moved by the previous speaker, and I'm trying to edit the story in my head. Anyway, drunk driver, wrong way on the road, crashes into a family. They've got a 1-year-old in a car seat's facing forward, which was the standard at the time. Enough kinetic energy, it was an internal decapitation of the little boy. In other words, his head disengaged from his spine. So the medical team is trying very hard to keep him alive, and we're just like, why? He's just a little kid. He's, didn't do anything wrong. And they're frantically taking care of him, and then the paramedics bring in the drunk driver. Well, the paramedics are just angry, and I don't blame them, right? They are the ones who pulled this almost lifeless body out of the back of the parents' car. The parents, fortunately, were fine. But I knew as a nurse, I had to defuse this situation. So I took the drunk driver away from the paramedics, put him in another part of the emergency room where the people who were working on the little one weren't working on the drunk driver, and we got the drunk driver the care he needed before he went to jail. Grieving families. If anybody's been in Old County, There's just lines and lines of hallways. If you can look at the picture, does anybody see the stripes on the floor? That's how he gave directions. Follow the yellow stripe until it ends. Follow the black and white stripe until it ends. So like most hallways, there's a lot of echoes, kind of like what's happening right now. Nevertheless, we did not have a family room. So grieving families were in the hallway. That particular Saturday, I did radio calls on 5 motorcycle accidents. 2 were pronounced in the field, 3 were brought to us. They all died in the emergency department. And I just hear this wailing that's echoing in the hall because extended families are there and their grief is just, the sound of it is overwhelming you. Now, at this time, I'm healthier, I'm handling it, but I'm still not liking it. So of course, my son has a motorcycle. He's the same age as the young men that died. So I call him up and I say, hey, hon, will you sell your motorcycle? He goes, sure, Mom, I'll sell my motorcycle. Then as soon as he got back from Iraq, he bought another one. So that's what I have to live with. Again, some of these things are really close to home. I had, these motorcycles, I think of my son. The previous speaker really spoke to this next interaction. This woman was looking for her son. It's an adult, but he lived with her and he didn't come home last night. So she called LA County USC, and LA County USC said, well, he is a patient here. And somehow the mother got her directed to the emergency department where she met my charge nurse. Her son had come in the day before. He was a gunshot wound to the chest. He did not survive. So normally, who is it that gives the bad news to the families? Doctors, right? We hold their hands and we take them to the patient, we give them Kleenex, but we don't actually deliver the bad news. My charge nurse looked at me and she says, and she nodded, meaning I had to tell this mother, oh yeah, I feel real equipped to do that, let me tell you, right? Also, we don't have a family room, so this mother is literally in the radio room. So I did the best I could. I'm a mom, right? So I make that connection to her. And as a mom, what would I want to know? I would want to know that whoever took care of my son did their very best. So that's what I did. I did face-to-face with her, I held her hand, and I told her what condition her son was in when the paramedics found him, and what happened in the emergency room. And I emphasized that we did everything that we could. And then I sat with her for a little bit while she cried, and then she was able to compose herself. She called some family and she went home. I have to tell you, if I hadn't had the growth, and I'm gonna talk about that in the next few slides, if I hadn't had the growth, I wouldn't have been able to do it. So what made me grow? Well, a couple things. Number one, I became a reformed codependent. So I only accepted responsibility for myself and my 3 children. And by that time, one of my children was 21 years old. So, he's kind of on his own. He's an adult. But I had 2 little ones and I took responsibility for them. I also learned the word no. So when you're a codependent, somebody needs something. Oh yeah, I'll be there. So now it's like, no, I can't. If I could, I would, but I can't. No is a complete sentence. But I also found some spirituality. I figured out my place in the universe. Not in the universe as a whole, but also in the universe and my work as a nurse that worked in the emergency department, dealt with trauma patients. The other thing is I also developed kind of a sense of religiosity about it. To paraphrase Isaiah, God's way is not our way, right? So even though that 1-year-old died, if I believe that the child is going to heaven, that sort of assuages my grief a little bit. I don't think it helps the parents a little bit, but they have to get to that point. And if you believe in heaven, what's the opposite of heaven? Hell. Did I hear hell? Yeah, hell. Is hell forever, or do you get out after 10 years? It's forever. So that's going to come in on my next example. This is a little bit about humanity. So we're dealing now in gang warfare. For those of you who want to learn of what the emergency department was like during those days that I was there, I would rent the movie Code Black. It came out in 2013. It was actually done by one of the ED residents. He had an interest in cinematography. You can rent it on Amazon Prime or Tubi. Is it Tubi, Tubi? Something, Tubi, and it's free. It's not very long, but it really gives you a look. This is a picture of what C booth looked like at LA County USC. It was a 4-bed booth. We had A bed, B bed, C bed, and D bed. So we get this 14-year-old, he wants to be a gangbanger. He's got the pants, he's got the shirt, he's got the swagger, and he also has a .22 caliber gunshot wound to his abdomen. Hemodynamically stable, and he's waiting for surgery. Does he have any parents there? No, he has no parents there. So here's a 14-year-old with all his bravado. I got shot. This means something. I'm going to have cool scars, right? And then it was a slow day, so he was by himself in A bed. And then we get a Hispanic 32-year-old who's also shot in the chest, and he's actively dying. So we do a resuscitative thoracotomy on him. And in their haste to care for the gunshot wounds, the nurses kind of forgot about the 14-year-old, and the 14-year-old can see all of this. That doesn't happen on my watch. So I go to draw the curtain. An adult respiratory therapist who also happened to be Black said what? He needs to see this. He needs to see what's going to happen to him. Maybe true, but it's not happening today. I said, he's 14 years old. He doesn't need to see this. And we're literally tugging on the fabric to draw the curtain. And the fight stopped when we realized the 14-year-old with the swagger and the gangbanger pants was crying. Tears are rolling down the side of his face because a nurse cared. A nurse treated him appropriately. A nurse recognized him as a 14-year-old young man and not a gangbanger patient. Let me just give a pause here. Can I go on or should we stop it? 3 more minutes? Okay, 3 more minutes. I'm going to make it. This last one kind of proved to me how much I had grown emotionally and able to do my job as an ED nurse and not carry that trauma. There was a man, it was a domestic violence dispute. He basically murdered his 2 children and his wife, and then he tried to commit suicide. Neighbors called. When the paramedics got there, he was not dead, so he was transported to our hospital. The medics who had to pronounce those children were devastated. So another team is caring for the man. I'm talking to the devastated paramedics, and all I could say is, and this may not be the best thing, but all I could say is hell is forever. I didn't know how else to comfort them because everybody's just so angry. But as much as I remember that story, it does not haunt me. And then when we talked to the physician, the murderer was successfully resuscitated. I don't know what happened to him eventually, but he said, you have to treat every single person with value. If you don't, you're going to develop PTSD. So just think of that as you move on. All right, so a little bit more about me. I love trauma nursing, I love emergency nursing, I love teaching it, but my knees started hurting, so I went back to school, got my master's. My goal was to teach in the County School of Nursing. That didn't work out, so I was offered a position at a community hospital. It is a level 2 trauma center, and I helped to co-manage the nurse residency program. So I still have my hand in it. I still hear about and participate in the care of trauma patients. I comfort the new grads when they experience this trauma that's involved with nursing. We tend to normalize it, but I don't normalize it. I share my story that I had to leave the bedside at 6 years because I wasn't taking care of myself. I tell them about the seduction of alcohol as a coping mechanism. We talk a lot about self-care. We talk a lot about our EAP programs. I'm going to bring back that theory of caring and bring it to my new grads so that they can work together. One last thing, actually two last things. So as I said before, all nurses experience trauma. We as nurses is not a profession. It is a profession, but is it also an avocation? You feel in your heart that you are a nurse. And then we're nurses because we care. Lastly, I do want to talk about ending violence among nurses. 1 in 4 nurses during their career are assaulted. I was assaulted by a young man. He wasn't really a psych patient, but he was going to a psych hospital. I was putting him in restraints. He didn't like it, so he headbutted me. That was a beautiful black eye. Only 20 to 60% of incidences are reported. 13% of days that are missed are because of workplace violence. Our nation is becoming angrier. Our nation is becoming more violent. I have lots of theories why, but I don't have time to talk with you about it. So just imagine the changes in the last 10 years of what's considered acceptable behavior in the community. And lastly, I urge you, I beg you to take advantage of self-care. Whether it is time away, my favorite time away is going to the national parks. I loved the Grand Canyon. My previous trip was to the Tetons and Yellowstone. I've been to Yosemite so many times. Just nature is my medicine. Find your own medicine to keep yourself healthy. Remember, if you don't take care of yourself, you can't take care of others. How many of you have family at home? How many of you want to come home after a shift of nursing and still be able to care for your family? All of you do, right? Up here, do you guys care? Yeah, you have to participate too. Okay, nosebleed seats. All right. You can't care for your family. You can't care for patients unless you care for yourself. Let's stop normalizing the trauma of nursing. Let's call it what it is, and let's take care of ourselves. I do want to thank you for your attention, and this is the end.
So, wow. When we talk about trauma, we know that trauma is real and it exists. So at this point in time, we're going to take a brief break, about a 15-minute break. We're then going to come back and we are going to have Dr. Paul Kirkjian, a psychiatrist, talk a little bit about how to do self-care and how to provide an opportunity for you to manage some of the experiences and some of the trauma that is part and core of our profession. So take a break and we'll see you back soon.
You save me, now I will never leave your love.
So it's my pleasure to introduce to you our next speaker, Dr. Paul Kirkjian. Dr. Kirkjian is a highly skilled psychiatrist with a diverse background in both adult and child adolescent psychiatry. He graduated from the University of California in San Diego, where he majored in psychology and a double minor in biology and chemistry. Dr. Kirkjian then pursued the medical degree at Drexel University College of Medicine in Philadelphia, where he earned his MD. Following medical school, he completed his adult psychiatric residency at the University of California, Los Angeles, UCLA, and also with the VA program there. During his residency, Dr. Kirkjian led a weekly relationship group for Vietnam veterans with PTSD and managed 13 psychodynamic therapy groups, and managed 13 therapy patients receiving 4 hours of supervision weekly in psychodynamic therapy groups. He is currently double certified in both adult and child adolescent psychiatry by the American Board of Neurology and Psychiatry. Dr. Kirkjian further honed his expertise in child psychiatry by completing a prestigious child psychiatry fellowship at Cedars-Sinai in 2010. Currently, he is the medical director for the Della Martin Psychiatric Unit at Huntington Memorial Hospital, and also serves as mentor to a large number of nurse practitioners, psychiatric nurse practitioners that serve in various community organizations across Southern California. So please join me in welcome Dr. Paul Kirkjian today to talk about care for the caregiver.
Thank you, everybody, for having me, and thank you, Aya, for that lovely introduction. First of all, I just wanted to thank and commend Gail for having the courage to share, all of the different trauma she's experienced as a nurse. And I think even though it may be slightly overwhelming for all of us to hear this, I think it's also necessary, and it's a perfect segue into my topic of caring for the caregiver. I'm going to just discuss some of the differences in stress and trauma and how they affect men and women differently. But I wanted to just first start off with the concept. There's a very popular concept that we have called the wounded healer. So in mythology, you see a picture here. This is Chiron. So Chiron is that half horse, half man figure, and you see him here with Achilles. He's training Achilles, who was one of the original Greek heroes of mythology. And I've always been fascinated by this archetype of Chiron. So he was half man, half beast. He was the product of rape. He was half centaur, which was from Dionysus, who was the god of wine and hedonism. On the other side, he was adopted by his foster father, Apollo, who was the god of light in Greek mythology. So he's the perfect contradiction where he has both sides of the coin. And he was a very, very gifted healer. And the reason for that is that he was wounded. So he was wounded with a poison arrow, and so he carried that wound with him. And I really think it built empathy, and it put him in the shoes of people who have suffered, and he was able to exceed in anyone before him in being an amazing healer. And if you think about this in the Christian context, who do we identify as the wounded healer? Anyone? Jesus. So Jesus is another archetype of how God empathizes with human beings by putting his only son in the shoes of a human being to kind of help us deal with our own suffering. And, I think it's a prerequisite almost to be, if we are caregivers for other people, it's not a matter of if, but when we're going to experience some sort of trauma or difficult situation dealing with the patient population, but we need to take care of each other. We need to support each other. And part of my talk is to identify what trauma is, kind of name it. Sometimes we don't even identify what it is. So I think it's important to build the vocabulary of what can be seen as traumatic in our clinical experiences that is maybe not in clinical terms. I'm not going to speak of DSM criteria. I want to, at the end of my talk, go through, rating scales about trauma in the workplace. How do we identify it? Sometimes we don't even know that we're experiencing trauma. So anyhow, moving on in the slides here. So again, coming back to the mythology, so one must be wounded to become a healer. We have to follow our psychological maturation to discover the reason for our suffering, because this is unique for each individual. The Swiss psychologist Carl Jung, He's credited with coining the phrase, the wounded healer. So the wound is kind of like the initiation into the hero's journey. We have to kind of go through the pain in order to come out the other side and to be effective as caregivers or healers to other people. The mythologist Joseph Campbell expanded on Jung's idea on his concept of the hero's journey. And the call to adventure occurs when we are separated from our ordinary world of comfort and tread into the unknown, which causes anxiety. Going through our wound is a genuine death experience as our old self dies in the process while a new, more expansive and empowered self is born. So now I'll get into, trauma exposure types. So it's important to realize that men and women can develop trauma symptoms or express trauma in different ways. So women are more likely to experience sexual assault, domestic violence, and childhood abuse. Women may also experience trauma at a younger age. Men, on the other hand, are more likely to experience combat trauma, accidents, like Gail was talking about, motorcycle accidents or gunshot wounds, that kind of thing, and natural disasters. Women are more likely to develop PTSD, depression, and anxiety after trauma than males are, statistically speaking. Women also experience higher levels of perceived threat and acute distress after a traumatic event. Women also exhibit more internalizing behaviors, such as intense fear, helplessness, or anxiety. Men, on the other hand, are more likely to exhibit externalizing behaviors like aggression, irritability, and substance abuse. Coping mechanisms are also different between men and women. Women rely on emotionally focused strategies. Women tend to be more vulnerable to PTSD if their social network is lacking. Women are more likely to seek support, which is a good thing. It's the opposite for men who tend not to seek support oftentimes. And men more likely cope with trauma through anger or substance abuse as a way to mask their emotions. So then there's also the biopsychosocial model of understanding trauma. There's acute trauma, chronic trauma, and complex trauma. So common psychiatric diagnoses associated with trauma are PTSD, anxiety disorder, and depression. Trauma could lead to strengthening the lizard brain, the midbrain, with reflexes such as fight or flight due to strengthening the amygdala. The amygdala is the part of our brain that's responsible for just running away from a lion. It's our primitive kind of brain that is hardwired for survival. And the more trauma we experience, we tend to be more, we fear threat perception more likely due to the strengthening of the amygdala. Early childhood trauma can also strengthen the hypothalamic pituitary adrenal axis. Try saying that 10 times. So it's the HPA pathway, and this is the pathway that increases release of cortisol, which is a stress hormone. And it's important to realize not everyone who experiences trauma develops PTSD. We have a lot of ways to prevent the development of the disorder by supporting each other and establishing resilience and having protective factors. But that's a topic for another day. I'm just going to focus more on peer support today. There are also evidence-based therapies for trauma. There are psychotherapies such as cognitive behavior therapy, which is a specific type of therapy where you sit with a patient and you make a hierarchy of their fears or anxieties, and you challenge the automatic thoughts that they develop when they have these fears or issues that they're working with. And you challenge those automatic negative thoughts with evidence from their life that is contradictory. And you basically create a sense of cognitive dissonance to help them realize that they could overcome their automatic emotions with rational thought. There's also EMDR, which you may have heard of for treatment of trauma. This is eye movement desensitization and reprocessing. So this is more of a specific type of therapy that I don't really have much experience in, but this has been shown to be very helpful with PTSD. And a lot of the agencies where I work with, a lot of the therapists provide trauma-focused cognitive therapy, which is basically like CBT, but more of a trauma narrative to help identify, the trauma symptoms, how they trigger flashbacks, et cetera. Then there's the role of psychopharmacotherapy. So I'm a psychiatrist. My expertise is with providing medications and also explaining to people that sometimes medications are not for the rest of their life. I mean, the first thing I hear is, do I have to take these meds for the rest of my life? And hopefully we could just provide these medications for a short period of time until they could learn the skills in therapy where they don't have to rely so much on medication. And the standard of care for trauma are the SSRIs, such as Zoloft, Prozac, Lexapro, and of course there's others, but these are the main ones for trauma. Then there are the non-benzodiazepine anxiety meds, such as Buspar and hydroxyzine. And there also are the non-SSRI antidepressants, which are also sleep aids, such as Remeron, Trazodone, and Prazosin. I'm not going to go into details about this because my talk is more about how we could support each other for stress, but I just wanted to highlight some of the treatments for trauma. There's also a lot of integrative approaches where you combine therapy and lifestyle modification, such as mindfulness, daily self-care, relaxation techniques, progressive muscle relaxation. And we'll talk about this as I share some of the questionnaires and screening tools that we use for trauma. Stress management, time management, setting boundaries. Gail was saying no is a complete sentence. So one of the biggest problems that we have as caregivers is sometimes we get too wrapped up or we become too empathetic in our patients' lives and we take on too much of their own problems personally, and that leads to burnout. So it's really important that we discuss techniques on how to prevent that, which I'll get into shortly. There's also the role of social connection and the role of peer support groups, which are pivotal. For example, during the COVID crisis, a lot of the doctors in our hospital at Huntington Memorial were dealing with, exposure to COVID, seeing patients dying in front of them. A lot of the doctors were burning out. A lot of the nurses that were 5 years away from retirement were deciding to take early retirement. So what I instituted at the hospital was doing a process group with one of our therapists where we would go from unit to unit. Every day it was a different unit where we would sit with the nurses, we would sit with the doctors and help them kind of talk about some of the things that they've gone through. And I could tell you at the end of, maybe a year, we had staff that were so thankful and so appreciative that even though we weren't really doing therapy, we were just providing a holding environment for them, that those process groups really, really help prevent burnout and prevent people from changing their profession. So that's kind of the main focus of how we could provide peer modeling, which I'll get into shortly. And so there's the question is, when do I seek help? We have to recognize signs that professional intervention is needed. We also have to build a support network. We have to know how to find therapists, psychiatrists, and community resources. We have to integrate care. We have to coordinate care between mental health professionals and primary care providers. Then there's workplace support services. So peer support services consist of providing comfort and emotional support during challenging times when normal coping mechanisms are overwhelmed, and that's kind of like the support groups that I would provide for during COVID. Another support group I provided was for the nurses in the psych unit, because it's not uncommon for a lot of patients when they're in a manic or psychotic episode to be aggressive or violent or not acting in their right mind. And we do have to sometimes restrain them and provide medication And it's not uncommon that nurses would get kicked or injured. One of my own nurse practitioners actually was on disability for quite some time after being beaten up by a patient. So it was really important for me to support my nurses and make sure that they don't feel alone or stigmatized or that nobody understands what they're going through. We have to try to be there for each other. And, especially as Gail was saying, society is becoming angrier and angrier. And unfortunately, we can't, even if we can't change society, what we can change is being there for each other. And I think the peer support model is one of the most concrete problem-solving ways that we could kind of get through a lot of what we're dealing with as caregivers. So, what are the factors that trigger emotional trauma? So patient situations remind staff of a personal situation. An unanticipated adverse outcome. I've had a nurse once that dispensed the wrong medication and it landed the patient in the ICU. And I'll never forget how long she perseverated about that. It was a very traumatic event. So, you would never think that this could cause trauma, or medical errors are a big thing. We are all human and we're all going to make mistakes sometimes. It's about how we deal with it and reframing it and not being so hard on ourselves. That's what's important. Failure to rescue. I can't tell you how many times I've treated a patient to the best of my abilities and, I go off service and I come back and I see that, I look at the patient list and it says deceased, and that takes a huge toll on caregivers. And this is something that they never, prepared us for very well in our residency program. So I think because it's such a taboo issue and it's so traumatic and there's a lot of blame, it's hard to talk about it freely, which is why it's even more important to have support groups and peer modeling. Workplace violence, I was just discussing that. Finding out that a patient of yours that you thought was doing great committed suicide, another traumatic experience. Mass casualty events, the COVID, the pandemic. Underlying mental health conditions. So a lot of people sometimes go into the field of psychology or psychiatry because maybe they have their own personal childhood trauma and they want to learn how to overcome that. Sometimes that could make you more empathetic, but it could also make you more susceptible to re-traumatization and that kind of thing. So it's important to just identify what your triggers are, what your risk factors are. Common physical and psychological symptoms. So, rather than talking about the DSM criteria of what PTSD is, sometimes it could be things as vague as loss of direction, loss of spiritual direction, loss of joy in the workplace or home, loss of confidence, difficulty concentrating. Obviously, you have your symptoms of sadness, changes in appetite, loss of interest, but there's other things that you wouldn't think of. Loss of interest in social interactions, use of inappropriate callous humor. Sometimes we, in the emergency room, the other doctors and we use gallows humor to, kind of help just make light of a situation which would otherwise make us, cry. So sometimes, you see that in the emergency room where people make callous jokes that they don't realize what they're saying. But there is something called second victim syndrome. And every doctor that works in the emergency room, every psychiatrist I know that works in a hospital, they have been cussed out or kicked or verbally abused. But we have to remember that, sometimes some of these patients are under the influence, they're in a manic episode. So many times I've had patients where we treat them with medications and they tell me, "Doc, I'm a new man. I can't believe, did I insult you the other day? I don't even remember what I was saying." So it's important, it's good to hear the patients being remorseful and apologetic for their behavior, but all of that does take a toll on you, and it's very important that we all support each other so we don't burn out. We all want you guys to be successful healers and stay in this business as long as possible, because you came into this field with a unique set of life experiences and talents, and we want you to be able to have a very long career. I've been doing psychiatry for 20 years now, And if someone asked me if I were to do it all over again, I would, without any doubt or hesitation, I would say yes. But there are people who have thought to themselves, why did I go into this field? What did I get myself into? This was too hard for me to handle. And I think for me, changing my frame and accepting support from my peers has really helped me, extend my longevity as a caregiver in this field. What affected individuals want? They want formal and informal emotional support. They want prompt debriefing from a team member. They want help to remain a trusted part of the team. Maybe they need time off from their duties just to kind of recuperate from their trauma. And they need clear and timely information about the clinical situation. Let me just take some water. My mouth is getting dry. So, what are the 10 commandments of emotional first aid? Number 1, be non-judgmental. Be empathetic, not like a brick wall. Don't give advice. We're tempted to give advice, but do not give advice on legal regulatory matters. Do not take responsibility for other people's problems. Easier said than done. Do not interpret when a paraphrase will do. Don't try to quote unquote fix it. Be present, be vulnerable, be courageous. Silence is golden. So being a peer support model, being a peer supporter, it's a lot of it is restraint. You're just basically there to be there for someone and listen to them. Sometimes that could be very powerful and therapeutic. So, you need to have a strong stance of curiosity, solidarity, and support. Acknowledge and name people's emotional states. That provides validation. There's a famous therapist, his name is Carl Rogers. There's the technique called the Rogerian technique, where you just repeat what someone says to you out loud, and they feel like, oh my God, you're reading my mind. I can't, It's a very simple kind of parlor trick that you could pull with people, but acknowledging and naming their emotional state could be very therapeutic and powerful. Expressing empathy, regret about the situation or bad outcome. I often tell people, I'm getting a lot of patients in the ER who lost their home in the Altadena fire. And, after everything I've said to them, after 2 or 3 visits, they come back and told me that the most powerful thing that I told them was that I can't even imagine what it's like to be in your shoes. So just being honest about your lack of ability to relate to what they're going through is just making that statement can be very powerful in itself. Acknowledging that strong emotional reactions to trauma is normal is very important as well. You want to be outraged for someone who's experienced an injustice. You want to give people an opportunity to elaborate on their thoughts, emotions, and understanding of what's happening. You want to give them an opportunity. I always, whenever someone is done, you always ask, do you have any more questions? Just that one sentence at the very end when, a lot of us are busy rushing to the next patient or rushing to the next emergency. But sometimes just even if they don't have any questions, just making a habit of asking that could be very critical and make people feel heard. So here are some of the do not do's of a peer support person. Do not dwell on your own experiences or emotions. Do not make promises you can't keep. Don't finger point, blame, criticize, or judge. Don't ever minimize the severity of the situation or the intensity of the feelings. Do not try to make them feel any way other than how they are feeling. So here's some, it's really hard sometimes when someone's crying and you don't know what to say, but here are some examples of empathetic phrases. I'm so sorry you are going through this. It sounds like you're going through a tough time right now. If you don't want to talk about it, I'm here to listen. I'm sorry, if you do want to talk about it, pardon me, I'm here to listen. I don't know what to say, but I'm here. That's like a very honest way, and that's kind of the approach I take sometimes. I know it is so hard to not know the answers right now. I hear that you're feeling overwhelmed, that makes sense given all that you've been through. I'm so glad you shared this with me. You've just been through something really significant. So, it's sometimes it's just purely rehearsing these empathetic phrases. Part of our job as a caretaker is like, you want to be that role of that compassionate listener. Sometimes that is more important than giving advice. Alternatives to asking why. Would it be helpful to talk about this more? If not, I could drop it. Or, asking open-ended questions rather than closed-ended questions. Can you tell me what happened? Start very broad and then kind of narrow down your questions to more specific questions. Can you tell me more about what was going on for you then? A part of me thinks it might be helpful to talk about this some more. Another part thinks it wouldn't help. What do you think? So don't act like the expert. You should ask patients or people, peers, what's more helpful for them. Everyone has a different style of receiving and communicating. What concerns you most right now? How can I best support you? Exploring cognitive reactions. I could see you're upset by this. What concerns you the most? As you've had a chance to think about the incident, what are your first thoughts? So a lot of this is just fleshing out the emotions that your peer might have during a difficult patient error or a patient death, for example. Exploring emotional responses. How are you feeling about what happened? Have you ever felt this way before? Has anything like this ever happened to you in the past? Things you want to avoid. God won't give you more than you could handle. People don't want to hear that when they are listening in a process group. They want to feel heard. And obviously that might be true, but you don't want to minimize their emotions. I'm sure you did your best. At least this didn't happen. At least that didn't happen. You shouldn't. If I were you, everything will be okay. Don't worry about it. So don't try to be overly positive or, in a way that could really minimize someone's experience. So the next few slides are very wordy, but I just wanted to go through, I'm not going to go through every single one, but this is a really good questionnaire. It's called the Stress Vulnerability Questionnaire. And if you're doing peer support, this is a really good screening tool to identify some of your colleagues that might be struggling. So here's one that is very non-psychological. You could just ask someone, have you had at least one hot balanced meal a day? Do you get 7 to 8 hours of sleep 4 nights a week? Obviously, we can't sleep that much every single night. Life happens. But at least 4 nights a week, do you get at least 7 to 8 hours? I know I don't, so even myself, as I'm vulnerable to the stress vulnerability here. Do you have one relative within 50 miles who you could rely on? I'm sure a lot of you might be students from out of town, and it's hard not having family close by. Let's see, here's another. Do I get strength from my religious beliefs? Actually having strength from religious beliefs is it's a protective factor. Do I have a network of friends and acquaintances? So here's another topic for another day, but we're dealing with an epidemic of loneliness now in our society. And, this is affecting people's mortality. They're not living as long because I don't know if technology is playing a role, but I was reading this article that back in the 50s, people used to belong to Rotary clubs, or there was all sorts of civic activities where people would get together. And, this is another topic in how to kind of decrease polarization, is to have much more neutral activities where we could all come together and experience things as a community. But now with technology, we're kind of all in our own little silos. People are not reaching out. There's this concept called the blue zones. I don't know if you've heard about what blue zones are. Blue zones are areas in the world where people live over 90 years old. One of them is the Adventist community here, in my goodness, Loma Linda, yes. So one of the huge reasons why they think the Adventists have such long lives is because they have extremely strong social bonds with each other. And I cannot stress how important they're discovering that, social connectivity or having 5 hobbies in your retirement can really prolong your life, and that could really mitigate the rates of depression. So again, I also think that's how the peer support model works, is that you're building a sense of community and interconnectedness, where we have to take care of each other, because if we don't do it, no one else is going to do it. But anyway, you could see how some of these questions are very interesting, and you could see that they're not very clinical. They're not asking you, oh, do you have flashbacks? Do you have hypervigilance? So it's just, these are like soft risk factors in your own personal life and how they can make you more vulnerable to stress and trauma. So I have 5 minutes left, so we'll get through this. Caregiver self-assessment. So as a caregiver, it's important for you not to burn out as a peer model. So, this is a self-assessment where it makes sure that you're eating regularly, you're eating healthy meals, you're getting regular medical checkups, you exercise enough, you get enough sleep, you take vacations, you take time off when you're sick. Here's an interesting one, taking your whole lunch break. How novel of an idea is that? I usually take 15 minutes of my lunch break to eat, and then I use the rest of the time to catch up on work. But, doing a little tiny self-care activity like that, where you tell yourself, I'm going to take this whole lunch break and not do anything work-related. I know it's difficult if you have families and children to get home to afterwards, but, at least once a week, if you could practice this kind of setting a limit in your work life, it's a good habit to build those muscles of setting boundaries with people. Spending time with people whose company you enjoy, emotional self-care. Let's see, there was, giving or receiving affection. There's some people who, it's become really challenging now, especially in the hospital field, where I've been chastised several times just for putting my hand on a patient's shoulders. But, it's with hospitals are becoming so, they're becoming such, the HR people are just worried about any sort of sexual harassment or inappropriate touch. But there is just something to be said about the power, the healing touch of a caregiver. So, they have to figure out a way where we could maybe ask patients if they feel comfortable, if we could lay a hand on them, say a prayer for them. So this is another part of our disconnect from each other. It's further separating us from our bonds, as social bonds as human beings. Let's see. Making time for reflection, finding spiritual connection or community. These are things that you don't think about that make you vulnerable to stress. Taking your fully allotted time for lunch breaks. See, I knew that was up there somewhere. Balancing your workload so that no one part of your day or no one day out of the week is too much. Get regular supervision. Dr. Lesh was saying in my training, when I went to the Sepulveda VA program at UCLA, even though I was trained primarily in providing medication, I had to do therapy with 4 weekly patients for an hour, and I had 4 different supervisors who monitored me on my therapy, and they provided supervision for me, and they recommended to me that once I start my training, I get my own therapist. So therapy, contrary to what people think, is a luxury. It's not a stigma or a punishment or something they have. It's not like a chore that they have to do. I would look forward to my 1 hour of supervision to help process some of the very difficult patients that I saw that week or traumatic experiences I've had. So I would encourage you, all of you, even if you don't have PTSD, just to seek out regular supervision. It doesn't even have to be your own personal therapist. It could just be someone who helps supervise your caseload, for example. So there's also the perceived stress scale. In the last month, how often have you felt that you were unable to control the important things in your life? Obviously, this fluctuates, but again, there's protective factors that could help outweigh the risk factors. Here's another one. In the last month, how often have you felt confident about your ability to handle your personal problems? Sometimes we feel like we're just coming up, after the wave hits us and we're barely grabbing air before the next wave comes. So that could take a toll on your sense of confidence and your ability to provide help for people. In the last month, how often have you felt that things were going your way? Some of these questions are really probing about the direction how you feel about your sense of purpose or control over your life. These are more specific tools, I think, to identify people who might be vulnerable to trauma than just the DSM questionnaire. So I don't want to go too far into these questions. If any of you would like, I could forward you this PowerPoint and you guys could print out these questionnaires and use them yourselves. But I think with that, I've reached my 45 minutes. I don't know if there's going to be time for questions or... No, I guess not. Maybe after or in the tables outside. But I thank everyone so much for listening to this, and I hope you all have a very long and successful careers where you could be caregivers for people that really need it. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much for that great presentation. I am Dr. Teresa Dodd-Butera, and I'm the Associate Dean for Research. I have the distinct honor of recognizing our wonderful poster presenters. I'm going to call up their names, and we'd like you to come up and receive your certificate and award. So we're going to start with in the category of the BS in Nursing category, we're recognizing outstanding achievement for the poster entitled Evidence-Based Practice to Promote Breastfeeding of Mothers in the Postpartum Phase. And the poster authors are Ming-Young Park and Sangon Nam. It's the faculty. Coming up. Okay, we'll go on to the next one. Oh, here she is. Okay. The next category is recognizing outstanding achievement in the MS in Nursing category with the poster entitled Hope-Centered Interventions for Trauma Recovery in Marginalized Communities, an Evidence-Based Practice Project with the poster author Valencia Olympia Pereira. The next is the doctoral category. The poster is entitled 7 Decades of 20th Century Nursing and Oral History, and the recognition for outstanding achievement goes to the poster authors Gabriela Andrade, I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly, and faculty member Dr. Kathleen Riccioni. The next is to recognize outstanding achievement in the faculty category. The poster is entitled Training Community Healthcare Nurses to Meet Rwanda Rural Healthcare Needs, a Study Proposal. And the poster authors are Catherine Heinlein, Sharon Titus, and Hong Lee. Not sure if they're okay. Well, we congratulate them. The next is the community category to recognize outstanding achievement for the poster entitled Identifying Risk for Postoperative Pneumonia in Thoracic Surgery Patients. The poster authors are Olivia Caldwell, Sarah Cook, Hayden Johnson, Zachary Pedersen, Mark Gabbett, Sadiqa Al-Majid, Cyril Rakowski, Chloe Gomez, and Garrett Kerwin. Okay, so the next category is a certificate of excellence to recognize a few different categories. Oh, do we have somebody? Okay, great. Congratulations. Let me make sure I'm giving you the right poster. Congratulations. Sorry, I didn't see you guys coming in. Congratulations. Great job. Wonderful job. We also want to recognize, as a certificate of excellence, we have a visiting PhD candidate, an international candidate, Johanna Lashi Sheffer. We'd like you to come up. She has a wonderful poster and is also one of our speakers. We loved having her here. And we also want to recognize our Randall Lewis Health Policy Fellows. And so the first poster that was out there was from the author Jessica Carter, who is an MPH student and a Randall Lewis Fellow. She has been recognized for outstanding achievement, and the title of her poster is Emergency Preparedness in Families with Children with Autism Spectrum Disorders. Last but not least is somebody who wanted to be with us, couldn't be with us today, and she is our other Randall Lewis Fellow. Her name is Deirdre Bonner. She's the author, and her poster out there is Living with Keratoconus, Evidence-Based Literature Review and Policy Development. So we'll give her a round of applause. And we encourage you at your lunch break to please walk around and enjoy and learn from their hard work with all the posters and our booth exhibitors. Thank you.
Well, thank you I hope everyone had a good lunch and is ready to resume our conference. I'm going to take a moment to introduce our speaker and a little bit about the panel presentation. So we are very fortunate today to have 3 of our former doctoral students who are going to be presenting on their work, and 1 current student who's a guest who's studying with us from Norway and is originally from the Netherlands, which is my home country as well. So we're very fortunate to have them here to talk a little bit about their particular studies, and 3 of them have posters and that are up. And if you do not have a chance to go there during the lunch break, please take a moment afterwards to view the posters that are on display, plus the 43 posters we have in our virtual room as part of the program. So our first speaker on our panel is Dr. Lydia Garcia Usry. So Dr. Usry is one of our long-term faculty, and she teaches in the high desert, and I guess that must be our high desert group, right? So, Lydia, you are well received here. Lydia is an assistant professor at the High Desert Regional Campus in Victorville. She started her nursing education at Victor Valley Community College, earned her Bachelor's of Science in Nursing from Cal State Dominguez Hills, and then earned her master's degree from the University of Phoenix, her DNP from Azusa Pacific University. She began her nursing career in 1978 with the San Bernardino County Department of Public Health and started out as a clinical nurse, later transferred to a nurse supervisor, and then transitioned to public health nursing. Her teaching at the University of Phoenix started in 2009, and she's been with us at Azusa Pacific University in 2014. So Lydia's presentation is entitled Moral Distress Among Undergraduate Nursing Students. So Lydia, I'm going to let you come on up here and do your presentation.
Okay. Up there. Oh, hi, thank you. Good afternoon, and I hope you all enjoyed your lunch. And this research presentation, I'm too short, sorry. This research presentation was done in conjunction with some of my 5th semester nursing students, and that was with Allie Bush and Sarah Pope and Alma Rodriguez. So they actually came up with the title. And imagine that, right? Because they're undergrad students, and so I think they must be under some moral distress. So anyway, sorry, I'm trying to get my so I can see my slides here, and I usually can do that. But okay, so the next slide. Do I have to do the? Oh, never mind. Got it. Just kidding. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. There we go. How do you advance it? There we go. Okay, so we'll be looking at the, what is a BSN nurse, and we're also going to be looking at the definition of moral distress and the research and the conclusions that we have for this. So the bachelor degree of science, there's many components to it, so students have to, I'm sorry, I can't see this too well. Okay, students have to come, where is that? Oh yeah, thank you. Oh, that works a lot better. Okay, so a bachelor degree nurse is someone that holds a Bachelor of Science in Nursing, and they also are prepared to practice in all healthcare settings, such as med-surg, peds, ICU, OB, home health, mental health, public health nursing, and BSN students learn and are expected to possess skills in critical thinking, leadership, case management, and health promotion, and can work across various inpatient and outpatient settings. So they do get a broad overview of nursing. So moral distress. So I looked up what was moral distress. So moral distress is that a nurse feels compelled to act against their moral judgment or requirements, and a nurse knows the ethical and correct action to take but feels powerless to take action. Nursing students, according to the literature search through PubMed, SAGE, and the APU library, identified moral distress as students report anxiety and frustration during their program, and moral distress is a common trigger. So the problem statement is nurses and student nurses experience moral distress as a result of unclear organizational policies, clinical and unethical behavior from the clinical site, and end-of-life dilemmas. So there was a research study that we were looking through. We went through various publications, and the settings that we found, there was really none in the United States, but what we did find were from Hong Kong, Iran, and the Philippines. And the samples ranged anywhere from 6 students to 484 nursing students, both male and female. They were all from BSN undergraduate nursing programs. And the tests that they did were either self-tests that were developed either by the school or by a hospital and were administered to the nurses and or nursing students. And what they found, what we did find too was a moral distress scale with open-ended questions with and some of these questions resulted that nurses who felt moral distress had an intent to leave the nursing program and or nursing altogether. So the data from these foreign countries, the data was analyzed by audio tapes, and they were verbatim and they were transcribed. The self-tests also, they analyzed those with a moral distress scale. They looked at compassionate fatigue, and no other data was noted to measure the validity or reliability of the test score. So, you know, we always want those reliable and valid tools. So the results of those self-administered tests indicated a mild to moderate level of moral distress with high levels of compassion fatigue and burnout. Negative learning environments and threats led to professional identity and internal distrust. And the third thing is that moral distress resulted from unprofessional behavior and students and nurses feeling powerless. So the conclusion is that burnout is a key predictor of nursing students' intent to leave the nursing program. So we want to keep our students. So this tool is something we found through the VA. They use this scale for PTSD, and we were able to get permission from the VA to use this scale. And if I can just see some of those questions there, it might be a little hard for you guys to see it, but some of the questions that they ask on here was for the VA, they would ask the veterans, I acted in ways that violated my own morals or values. I violated my own morals or values by failing to do something I should have done. I'm bothered by what I did not do. I saw things that violated my own morals or values. I am bothered what I saw. And then they asked other open-ended questions for them to just write, a few sentences of what was most troubling them and that they would think would be most relevant to these questions. So we have a tool that we can use that would identify moral distress. Oh, wrong way. All right, so we have another one of the nursing students, I believe this was Sarah, found the theoretical framework, the Roy adaptation model. And the reason why this model was selected is that because it helps evaluate persons in multiple modes to provide holistic care. Roy's holistic approach addresses undergrad nursing students to have a safe and comforting environment during their nursing program. You know, and that's something that as faculty we all strive to do. And of course, you know, my students don't know me without having a Maslow hierarchy of needs. So they know this front and back and forward. So we see, you know, from the bottom, you know, here, you know, the psychological needs, the food, the water, they have sleep here, they have sex, they have, all these things are your fundamental things. And then safety, we want to make sure that they are secure, having a safe employment or, safe clinical settings, a sense of belonging with their family and friends, and of course, hopefully with us faculty. Esteem, confidence in achieving and respect of and by others. And then self-actualization, being creative and morally strong and being able to problem solve and have lack of prejudice and, just accepting of different facts. Oop. Where did I go? I advanced too far. Sorry. Okay, so here's the clinical implications in using this tool that we would like to use is it would address moral distress, compassion, fatigue, and burnout, and reduce these feelings among the nursing students. A U.S. study needs to be conducted using the moral injury and distress scale to obtain valid and reliable data. Health implications, really believe that the School of Nurses should implement this type of research study for our nursing students. Educators would have a valid, reliable tool to adequately evaluate moral distress among nursing students. And the moral injury and distress scale used by the veterans, as I said earlier, should be implemented by the School of Nursing to determine moral distress among nursing students. Future research would be, again, using the scale, starting the scale at the beginning of the nursing program, and then do intervals of every 2 months to assess moral distress, and at the end of the nursing program to do a final assessment. We would analyze the data collected to assess moral injury and distress among the nursing students and see how we can increase enrollment and retention of our nursing students. Oh, I don't know where I'm going. There I am. Okay. So sorry. Okay. So this is where we would like to see you at graduation. We're also very happy to just be part of your graduation experience, and just want to thank you for listening to my brief presentation that was created with myself and with Alma and Sarah and Ellie. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ursary. One of the things that is really important, that we look forward to the outcome of your study and the implementation and outcome of your study moving forward, but it really ties into what Dr. Kirshen talked about earlier about the importance of not only assessing physical and trauma, but also the emotional distress that comes from about things that perhaps we do or fail to do in our nursing care. At the end of our presentations, we will have an opportunity for questions and answers. So if you could use the, Brent, where are you? Raise your hand. If you could use the QR code on your table to send in your questions, Dr. Wood will be identifying and bringing those questions up to the stage for us to respond to. Our next speaker is Dr. Kawar. Dr. Lena Kawar is currently the Regional Director for Nursing Research and EBP Program for Kaiser Permanente in Southern California. She's a nurse scientist, scholar, and educator. She received her BSN from Jordan and MSN from Virginia, and her PhD from the University of Rochester in New York. She completed a postdoctoral fellowship at Notre Dame in Indiana. She also was one of our former faculty, and we sort of own her too, as well as Kaiser owns her as one of our fellow colleagues and faculty. She spearheads a variety of national and international leadership roles and positions serving in multiple professional organizations. She is active, excuse me, and her scholarly activities are internationally recognized, as well as presenting at Sigma Theta Tau and Nursing Honor Society. Dr. Kawar is intensely committed to the health and well-being of patients and their families. Her current presentation will talk about resiliency among Southern California and Hawaii nurses post-COVID-19 and the pandemic surge. Dr. Kawar.
Hi, everyone. I am so honored to be here today to speak to you about resiliency among Southern California, Hawaii nurses post-COVID-19 pandemic surges. Thank you to the committee, organizing committee of the symposium to invite our presentation, and to Dr. Ayalash, Dr. Woods, thank you for inviting us to be here. I want just to give you an introduction why we had this study. I hold a program of research among our Southern California, Hawaii region nurses, and we started with compassion fatigue, then we end up doing bullying, and the bullying study suggested that we will move into resiliency. However, the first day we wanted to start data collection, we opened the questionnaire and COVID hit. So we had to stop the study from the beginning and wait until COVID passes. And thank God that we are beyond COVID. With that said, I would like to acknowledge, all right, to the right. I want to acknowledge my co-investigator, the core co-investigator on the study, and if you are among the audience, please stand up. From the left, you can see my picture, and then next to me is Dr. Veronica Temple, who is the nurse scientist as Southern California, Hawaii region. Unfortunately, she couldn't be with us today because she is sick, and she sends her regards to all. And then Miss Quincy Ann Tsai, who is a former student of Azusa Pacific University, and she is my core co-investigator as well on the study. And Miss Regina Valdez, who is not with us today, but she is an analyst on our team, and she is the queen of analysis, we call her. So with that said, I'm gonna proceed, but before we move on, I wanna just highlight and say, I would like Aristotle to stand up. So Aristotle is our co-investigator at Downey Medical Center, who has a poster here today, and Aristotle actually was the path for me to be invited to present on the aggregate data, because we submitted a poster that was accepted for his medical center, and he did a great job. And I have other folks as well from Kaiser. You see them on the table over there, and maybe you can have the chance to greet them. You have been hearing about burnout. Since morning, you have been hearing about compassion fatigue, right? And multiple issues that we have, that nurses face daily. However, the pandemic exaggerated all this. With that said, I want to disclose that this study has no conflicts, and therefore I can present it freely. And to start, we can just say, the evidence show that, COVID pandemic, as I mentioned, really highlighted those issues among nurses and made it so hurtful, and nurses had to carry a lot of the burden and the hurt with them for many years to come. It also exaggerated the moral distress among nurses, and also the evidence shows that resilient nurses also usually will be more able to face such trauma and can move forward. So we wanted to make sure that this study will inform us how we can boost our nurses' resilience in the future. And we wanted to find out if they are resilient, they have resiliency, where they stand, and how can we help them to move forward and to really deal with the hurt and the pain and the suffering that they have witnessed, maybe at a personal, family, or maybe their patient level, which really you take with you every day home, and sometimes you cannot let go. Also, we wanted to decrease the burnout and turnover among nurses, which we are facing globally at this time, and we can see that how many nurses are leaving the profession, and offer recovery strategy, if we can, to our nurses from the pandemic and its effect. So the purposes of this study was to describe the nurses' extent, prevalence of resilience and job satisfaction, examine the relationship between nurses' demographics, resiliency, job satisfaction, burnout, and turnover, and explore if there is a mediating relationship between burnout and turnover mediated by resiliency or job satisfaction. So caring for the healthcare, as we heard today, providers could improve the healthcare environment and patients' outcomes. Our work with nurses always extend to our patients as well and their families. So therefore, we employed the theory of human caring to conduct this study. Oops. All right. So we received IRB approval, as I mentioned, in 2019. We wanted to start the study and we had to stop. And then we started recruiting nurses based on what the condition at their medical center and if the CNE will allow because of the pandemic. And then anonymously, we surveyed the nurses, meaning that they don't have to give any information to identify them. So we can move forward, and therefore we had to stagger the study, our data collection. We wanted to start with everybody together and stop with everybody, together. However, because of the pandemic, we had to stagger. So we had to implement, other ways. So we had to employ valid, reliable tools to be able to conduct those studies, and we get permission. First of all, we had descriptive data that we all agreed as a team that we would like to investigate. Then we moved to Connor-Davidson Resilience Scale. It's called CD Risk 10, which is a valid, reliable tool. We asked permission and we used it. Burnout subscale from Professional Quality of Life Scale. And then we used the brief index of affective job satisfaction scale. And then we had the turnover intention to leave scale, which is called TIS-6. And we had 4 questions that we have been investigating for all our studies about well-being, starting with the compassion fatigue study to this study, and then also on intention to leave. So we employed demographic data analysis, and we had correlational data analysis. We did t-test and ANOVA appropriately, and then we moved into testing the mediating effect after that. Well, we had really a good sample. So we had 1,567 nurses who participated in the study, and we thank them so much because they have to get out of their way and to be vulnerable to participate and share their information. And that represents 11.7% of our Southern California, Hawaii region in Kaiser Permanente. And the average age of the participants was about 44 years of age, and 70% or more data was collected in 2020 during the pandemic, and then 74% were clinical nurses that participated, and 12% were managers or directors, even the CNEs. And this is more demographics about our sample, but I want to highlight that we had 41% or more that were only, they had 5 years of experience, RN experience. So here we can see the correlation table for the variables of the tools that we have used, including also well-being, the question that we created over the years. And this is like the bigger correlation table, but I want to go back and highlight that we can see here, if you look at number 3 and go down the column to satisfaction on 4, we see that we have a great relationship. However, it is negative relationship between satisfaction and TIS, which is turnover or intention to leave. And moving forward, oops. All right, going back to CD risk, which is the resiliency, we have a cutoff score. We wanted to find out how many nurses are resilient and how many are not resilient. So we found out that 94% of our nurses reported resilient, and that is a great finding. Moving to Procwell or the burnout, also we had to look at the data, and we found out that 73% of our nurses in the study reported had average score of burnout. So that's not a great study, not a great finding. But and then moving to the job satisfaction, we found out that 85% almost, they had a job satisfaction, which is great. So Kaiser is doing something good, right? Moving to turnover or intention to leave, we found out that about 59% of our nurses didn't want to leave. They want to stay at their job. Also, that's great. Now, moving to ANOVA, we didn't find much of significant in t-test, but I'm going to present some of the significant results of the ANOVA. Looking at resiliency, the first column, or the first actually side, left side, if you can look at that tier, we can see that, very small, sorry. Okay, so, yes. The 41 years and over, they were more resilient compared to 1 through 3, which is 1 through 10 years to 30 years. Sorry, forgive my eyes. And then we can look at the specialty, and we can see also there was more resilience among the group in the ICU versus mid-surge and the telemetry nurses. Okay, moving to burnout, I know I don't have much time, but also we can look here and we can see some of the significant data, and we can see that a group 5, which is 41 and older, were more, or they had more burnout compared to number 1, which is 10 years and less, 11 to 30 years. And for specialty, we can see that nurses in the NICU reported that they have more burnout compared to ICU, DEU, and also mid-surge nurses. If we move to the satisfaction or job satisfaction, we can find out that also the nurses who are they had longer experience, 41 and more, also were more, they have more job satisfaction. For the specialty, we find out that nurses in administration, float nurses, they reported that they had more job satisfaction compared to others. And when we looked at the turnover or intention to leave the profession, also we found out that the nurses who had less experience, less than 10 years, they had more intention to leave the job or nursing. And then for specialty, we can find out that telemetry, they had more burnout compared to other nurses in ICU, in mid-surge, and in other specialty. All right, so as I mentioned, we couldn't do any t-test, but we did regression. And we can find out that 65% of the 5 variables combined years, RN years of experience, well-being, satisfaction, resiliency, and burnout contribute to turnover or intention to leave. With that said, I want to highlight that there were some limitations to the study, as this is self-report, and this was happening during COVID, and it is also people perception. We couldn't find the perception of the people who didn't participate in the study. So here are some implications that we can really summarize. I'm going to just go briefly because I think I'm running out of time. Provide focused support to the less experienced nurses, which is very important to keep them in the profession. Increase awareness, education, and implementation of tailored intervention to increase nurses' satisfaction. And recommend assessment of hours worked as advised to have life-work balance, as we heard this morning, and continue the drive to innovative ways to enhance staffing and resources, and promote tactics to build positive workforce to retain and recruit nurses and mitigate intention to leave, increasing resilience and job satisfaction. So we need to promote a supportive, healthy work environment, and we are in Kaiser really doing all our efforts to make that happen. Retain the newer nurses and increase the RNs, and I have Dr. Gada Demper, who is always working with the new grad, with her team, to make sure that they are well prepared so they can stay in our organization and be great nurses for years to come. So future research, we would like to actually maybe replicate the study. However, this time we can implement intervention to make sure, we encourage nurses and make them to be more resilient, more satisfied. They can continue in the profession, and to design repeated measure studies so we can examine nurses over time, how they do with intervention towards that goal. With that said, those are some of the references that we used for the study. And thank you everyone for listening. And if you have any questions, hopefully we will have the chance to answer those. But if not, you can reach me anytime by email. And here is my, I lost my email. It was there, but okay, I can provide my email. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Kawar, and it certainly shows the relationship between resiliency, satisfaction, and burnout in a way that really emphasizes the importance of work environment. Our next two studies are qualitative studies, and so for our first one, we have Dr. Joanna Lasha-Scheffer and Dr., not doctor yet, soon-to-be doctor, right? Right, so soon-to-be doctor. But Joanna earned her bachelor's of nursing degree in a general hospital setting. During and after her master's degree in health science, she worked in community care. She also works as a lecturer in the Bachelor of Nursing program at Via de Zola for more than 10 years. For the past 5 years, she's worked as a researcher in the research group looking at spirituality and healthcare. Currently, she's a PhD student with a focus on the implementation of the EPIC spiritual care competency self-assessment tool, and see how that contributes to the development of spiritual care competencies in nursing students in collaboration with VID in Norway, which is one of the places where we have an exchange program going on. So Joanna is here today as a PhD exchange student, and she will be presenting her preliminary findings on the qualitative study.
Thank you for having me. I brought you a picture from the Netherlands. I'm honored to be here as a PhD candidate from VID in Norway, as a nurse, and as a lecturer at VIA University in the Netherlands. And over the past 10 weeks, I was so privileged to be here as a visiting doctoral student at Azusa Pacific University. My research explores how nursing students develop spiritual care competencies during their education. Today, I want to share with you some background of my PhD and some preliminary findings on how personal life challenges and trauma influence this learning process. I want also share, an example with you. Well, at first you might wonder, what does spiritual care have to do with trauma? In Europe, we define spiritual care as care that recognizes and responds to the human spirit when faced with life-changing events such as birth, trauma, illness, or loss. It includes the need for meaning, self-worth, expression, faith, rituals, or simply a compassionate listener. Many trauma experiences are deeply spiritual in nature, affecting a person's identity, purpose, and connection to others. This applies not only to patients, but also to nursing students themselves. My PhD builds further on 2 projects. The first was a big European project with 21 countries involved that led to a spiritual care education standard for nurses and midwives. Norway later initiated the SEP project, the development of the EPIC self-assessment tool, which helps nursing students evaluate their own competencies in spiritual care. Results motivate me to start a PhD about this, and I'd like to show a little bit more about this. That EPIC spiritual care education standard, what is it? Well, it describes 4 spiritual competencies, and they are divided in knowledge, skills, and attitudes aspects. The first one is the intrapersonal spirituality. That is about how you are aware of the importance of spirituality on health and well-being. The second one is the interpersonal spirituality. How are you able to connect to the spirituality of the other, even if it's very different from your own spirituality? The third one is about assessment and planning. How are you able to assess the spiritual needs and plan the interventions? And then the fourth, about intervention and evaluation. How are you able to provide the spiritual care and evaluate if it was enough what you did? And this standard was in the SEP project developed to a self-assessment tool so that students could use it to assess their own competency and which might help their learning process. And I think it's a kind of funny to share with you, we worked already together before I was here. In that SEP project, we developed and tested the EPIC tool with 5 countries and 8 universities. And the results showed that it was a reliable tool, that it was relevant and useful for students. And we did publish 2 articles about it. And inspired by these results, I wanted to implement it in my nursing education. And we have in our education a personal professional development line, a kind of red thread through the whole education, where students are encouraged by a fixed tutor to develop personally and professionally. And in that learning line, I implemented the EPIC tool. And after 1 year, I asked 20 students of different study years, what are your experiences with it in how you develop your spiritual care competencies? And surprisingly, students linked their development to personal trauma. The interviews revealed that difficult life events and trauma can encourage students to explore their own spirituality, to recognize the importance, and they understood it was very important to develop self-care. I want to show some answers they gave me to illustrate this. The student said, that's funny, because you can apply it a lot to yourself. I'm in a situation where there's much going on. Personally, I think it's very fun and interesting, and it is the spirituality. Another one recognized how important spirituality was. I've been depressed several times in the past, so that makes spirituality very important for me. Students noticed they had boundaries in providing spiritual care. They learned to have self-care. When I was diagnosed with a tumor, I found it extremely difficult to go to work. then I also said to my manager, I can't do it anymore. Or I've been in therapy for addiction. I'm working on myself right now. Those two students took a break in their education. They sought support, took rest, visited friends. Well, another result was that the students, when they had faced life events and trauma, recognized the vulnerability in the other, and that it helps them to connect to that vulnerability, to share a little bit about themselves. If you tell a little bit more about yourself, then a patient feels confident and safe to talk to you. In the end, you are all human, and they are also vulnerable to you. Students were motivated to provide spiritual care. As the following student says beautifully, I know how it feels to be totally hopeless in your head and then do something stupid. So yes, I hope I can apply that spiritual care somewhere in acute care. And they definitely wanted to apply spiritual care and give it because they know how important it was. But it worked also the other way around. When they were able to provide spiritual care, it was for themselves very meaningful. It encourages their own spirituality, as this student says. But when I got into nursing, I was completely lost. What that feeling gives me is when I'm in a depressive period, and if I don't want to take care of myself, then I should take care of others. That's what keeps me going. That's what I like. Students told me in the interviews, when we learn spiritual care, we need examples. Please, education, give us examples. So what I want to do now is share an example. My example. About 10 years ago, I crashed, emotionally, physically. I could go no further, I got stuck. In my youth, I faced much illness in my family, sadness, sorrow, losses, and grief. Spirituality was very important for me. It was my breath of life. And I did learn to give spiritual care to others too, but I had not learned that well to take care of my own well-being. And even in my nursing education, I wasn't taught about that. That was at that time not, I think. And then I discovered, some years before the crash, when I started working at VIA University, the Newman Systems Model, a holistic nursing theory which helped me to understand the role of spirituality on health and well-being and the impact of life events on a human being. I realized I had a trauma. I sought support, professional help, and I learned to take care of myself by exercising, go into nature, rest, listen to music, visit friends, ask for help with the children. I was healed and I recovered. My life took another direction than I had expected. But I found space to flourish again. And now I'm here, not just helping myself, but bringing spiritual care further into nursing education. And if this could happen to me, there's hope for every student, every nurse, and every patient. To conclude, it appears that the experience of difficult life events and trauma may motivate students to provide spiritual care to their patients, and that self-care in this process is very important. And this knowledge might be helpful for educators. I'm sorry. Teaching spiritual care may surface personal traumas in students. Consider as education how to support those students in the learning process. For nursing students, learning spiritual care may be challenging and confronting. Self-care comes first, before caring for others. And for nurses, supervising students in spiritual care requires awareness of personal trauma. How can we better recognize and respond to this in the workplace? Now I come to an end. As the Norwegians say, tusen takk. Or the Dutch ones, dank u wel. Thank you so much for your attention. I'm looking forward to your questions and thoughts.
Well, dank je wel, Johanna. We appreciate your presentation. Our next presenter will be, and it's amazing how it connects to our speakers this morning, every one of our presenters, including the comments that Dr. Kirkjian made about the wounded healer. So thank you for that as well. Our next presenter is Dr. Beth Swartz. Dr. Swartz is also a reverend and ordained minister, a public health nurse, and a nursing professor. She researches adverse religious experiences and their public health impact. Her PhD in nursing from APU developed the theory of discovering self, a trauma-informed healing framework. Formerly director of women at Saddleback Church, she led a global trauma-informed care initiative. With expertise in faith, health, and holistic healing, she equips pastors, nurses, and medical professionals to prioritize self-care before serving others. Her presentation is the impact of adverse religious experiences on holistic health, implications for patterns and providers. Dr. Swartz.
Thank you, Dr. Lesh. I am so excited to be here. As Dr. Lesh said, I'm also a pastor, so it's going to be really hard to make, when I'm with my people that are faith-based as well as academics and students, I have a line to toe. I'm not preaching, so I can't walk across the stage. I have to stay in one space. So I talk really fast. I'm going to push a lot into 15 minutes. I notoriously like to take a lot of information and strip it down. So here we go. I am really thankful to be here. I'm thankful to Dr. Lesh, Dr. Dorman, Dr. Cohn, who's on Zoom. They were my committee chair and members when I was here and graduated with my doctorate in 2023. I am excited to be able to see professors like Dr. Ruccioni, Dr. Woods, when you would fail, I failed the qualitative exam. I don't know how many other PhDs have done that, but they helped me become who I am today because they continue to believe in me. They continue to see my calling and what I was supposed to do, and they have supported me and continue to. So I'm just really thankful to be here today. If you hear a little bit of an accent, I was raised in Amish country, Pennsylvania. Anyone been to Lancaster? Amish country. So I was there for 40 years. I've been here 10 now, so now you know, 50 this year. And I love California. I have been so thankful to have the space to come out to California to lead the women of Saddleback. I'm no longer there. I was always getting in trouble for always talking about hard things, right? I like to ask questions about sex, religion, and politics and actually talk about them. And you're gonna hear that in my in my presentation. And so I like to bring nursing into these places. And so where are my Gen Zers? Where are the BSNs? You guys are going to change the profession. You get on my nerves, and I can say that because I teach you and I also have college students too living with me, my children in our frat house. But you have so much to change this profession, and I hope you hear and see some of yourself in this work today. Dr. D, who was the professor that got me into this work, she told me you need to pick a topic that you want to talk about for your dissertation for the rest of your life. This is your research agenda, so you need to be passionate. And I knew exactly what I wanted to look into. And so my husband says I can be found ruining dinner parties wherever we go because I talk about these hard topics. And I also want to make sure everyone knows there's a little bit of a trigger warning to this. This presentation has done a lot of deep work in myself as the nursing scientist, in my colleagues, my friends, and those of us who you may too have had an adverse religious experience in your life. And so I do say proceed with caution during this talk. In today's interconnected world, we are seeing that there is an intersection between faith and public health. As we witness the rise in fundamentalism, Christian nationalism, rising anti-Semitism, xenophobia, Islamophobia, fear of the LGBTQ individuals, vaccine hesitancy, inadequate care for immigrants, potentially losing our focus on DEI, changes in medical research, and they're not socially and just political challenges. These are pressing public health nursing issues. And this is what, again, I told you I talk about hard things. This is truly where nurses can rise to the occasion in this time, right? And these issues stem from religious narratives that can either promote healing or harm. And we're watching that around the globe. We're also watching a unique shift for those of us that still call Christianity our home base. Maybe our faith has evolved, but I still consider myself a Christian theologian and a Christian. However, my faith has changed throughout my years in seminary, etc. We're seeing a shift that by 2070, fewer than half Americans will identify as Christians. Things are changing in our landscape. So my research reveals that while faith can be a source of resilience, and I've read the articles, I've witnessed it in my own life, religion heals, spirituality helps, but there was so limited research on when religion hurts. And so that is what I hope you hear in my work today. I hope that you can hear and see yourself in this work. And so I'm going to fly. I got 15 minutes. So my objectives when I started my study was to define adverse religious experiences, to ascertain the effects on women, and then provide and understand what does that self-care look like for those of us that may have experienced trauma. I still believe that and I will say during this time that women are a vulnerable population and women need more research and study because we are extremely understudied. I believe that the science out there will continue to help us understand how faith and religion can also harm. And so when you start out in this journey, you start with the literature. And when I got to the literature, and all my colleagues like Nicole and others here, they had a plethora of research to search through. They were reading thousands of articles, and I kept coming up with nothing. I was finding studies here and there, some in anthropology, sociology, philosophy, psychology, theology, but none in nursing, discussing this topic. And so that meant, as I would later find out from my chair, Dr. Cohn, that's a good thing. You found a gap in literature. Let's go for it. So I was like, okay, let's go. And so we began to look at the theoretical frameworks that would undergird my research. And there were many, obviously, as we've heard some of these theories today, Roy, etc. And so right now there's one working group that's looking at religious trauma and how we define it, and this is the current working definition. No one agrees to it, just like Dr. Lesh said this morning. There's so many different definitions of trauma, same at this phase as well. So we currently are defining AREs as any experience of a religious belief, practice, or structure that undermines an individual's sense of safety and autonomy and negatively impacts their physical, social, emotional, relational, or psychological well-being. Just sit with that. Maybe think of your own experiences or maybe others that you've heard. Does that resonate? And so I don't know if Dr. Titus is on the call right now or on Zoom today, but she taught our philosophy courses, and she would crack up if she knew I would be standing up here saying that I loved her philosophy courses because they were hard. They were difficult, but she did introduce me to Martin Heidegger that talks about this concept of design, which is really, we're just thrown in. When we come out of our mother's womb, we are just thrown into this world. We don't get to choose where we land, what family we're raised in, what culture, what country. And so we have to understand lived experience and how that was the underpinning of my study. I also chose to use The Ways of Knowing, Dr. Barbara Carpenter. For those of you just learning her work, she really talks about self-awareness and the importance of personal knowing. As I said, I'm a feminist researcher and theologian, so that just simply means, it sounds like a dirty word, it's not, it just simply means that we look through the lens of research and theoretical frameworks from the lens of the oppressed and how we continue to have more women's studies. And then, of course, Dr. Royce, someone else was mentioning her work today, was really impactful. So I ended up doing a qualitative, grounded theory study, and I looked also at symbolic interactionism, which just means people make meaning out of their lived experiences. I had a sample size of 15 women, and these women had already processed their trauma of this adverse religious experience. In grounded theory, you cannot dictate the sample size, and you just go and go and go until everyone's kind of saying the same things. And I got that saturation at about 10 and continued to talk to 15 women. You can see here by my sample size, we had someone as young as 27 and someone as old as 82. And you can see the different sexual orientations and races, ethnicities. And so with grounded theory, you ask broad questions. The participant takes the researcher on a journey, and that's what these women did. I had 5 big questions that I wanted to ask. All of my interviews were done on Zoom. This was during the end of COVID. And so I started out with just asking, tell me about your negative experience with religion. And they were the ones that were going to take me on this journey. I had some ways I could probe and ask a few questions if not, but I then went on to say, tell me more about your experiences. How did it impact your well-being? Have your experiences influenced you? In what ways? How do you relate to religion now? And was there anything else they wanted to share? And so the really cool thing with In Vivo and some of the qualitative software that we were utilizing was it prints you out all of these after you have painstakingly coded every single line of the transcript of your interviews. It starts to put it into themes. And I could see these themes emerging before even the computer software kind of spit it out to me. And so what we found, and this theory that emerged from the research, was related to this basic social process. And that is the 6 pillars running down the middle of the screen. And from there, this theory of discovering self, what was going to heal these women. And so first, they recognized they were living with toxicity. And so I've had women in the study who were of the LGBTQ community, and they highlighted to me the devastating effects that the church had had on their lives, how they told them they were created wrong. I had women share that. They felt they were created wrong. Maybe they were in a toxic marriage. Maybe there was toxic doctrine. I had women talking about the fear of hell instilled in their amygdala from 3 years old, and they were terrified. So they began to see some of this pain. From there, they began to recognize that they had lost themselves. Along the way, I heard my sister present this morning on a lack of agency, autonomy, personhood. They identified they lost themselves in that situation. I've heard some of the women talked about Catholic schools, strict schools that took away their autonomy and their agency. And then they recognized their woundedness. They talked about the importance of how the wound had occurred. So they talked of depression, anxiety, anger, rage, kind of things that would come up later in life. I didn't interview anyone who was sexually assaulted by a priest or a pastor, but there were cases and discussion around that sensitive conversation. but also women talked to me about the effects of purity culture and how their sex life had completely changed and how they had deep problems because of some of the teaching that they had grown up with and the beliefs that they had been told. We talked then about they left and exited that painful place, whether the church, the school, the relationship. They sought then restoration. That's where they started going to the therapy, the way our teacher taught this morning. They went to EMDR, IFS, all of these other therapeutic modalities. And they talked about how they found their voice. They did somatic, breath work, things that would bring them back to who they are before the injury occurred. And then they all talked about the awakening that they experienced. And I chose the word wholeness. I've had some criticism on that, not in gentle criticism. Are we ever whole this side, in this body? I don't know, but I'm certainly working towards it. I'm certainly working towards being a better mother, partner, professor, you name it, right? So we're working towards awakening to wholeness. And this is where some left Christianity completely altogether. And this is where we have a pivotal point as educators and as nurses, that we are trauma informed and that we do not do anything that will harm anyone, that we recognize the power that we hold, right? And so this interpretation with this ethereal woman here, it's just showing you the stages of the discovering self, and that just like the grief, the old way we used to study grief, it's not in stages, it is linear. You can go back and forth and back and forth. Relates to the stages of faith. I'm going to wind up here in 2 minutes. My work relates to the stages of faith, and how some of us only stay in stage 1 or 2, black and white, rigid thinking, instead of moving and propelling forward towards doubt, towards understanding doubt is part of the lived experience, and that we can sit with people in their doubt. This model can be used for healing, can be used in schools, it can be used in businesses, it can be used anywhere with any type of trauma and adversity, on a model and a way forward on how to heal. So my implications, we need more PhDers. And so to the BSN students sitting here today, this is for you. I was told in 7th grade, they didn't know if I would do anything with my life. And coming from Amish country, higher ed was not valued. And I said, forget that. And I did it, right? Because of the professors in this group, I obtained 2 masters and a PhD, and I don't say that, woo-hoo, look at her. I'm saying it because if you have a passion that God has given you this deep calling and a problem to fix, a PhD is a beautiful way to take that work to fruition. Just got to plug it. And we need more PhDers to lead this generation of Gen Z nurses that's going to fix the problem that we're in. Anyhow, we need more trauma-informed care. We need more patient, person-centered care. We need more protocols for adverse religious experience. I'm going to develop a tool now, hopefully with Dr. Lee. Is she in the room? She told me at some point she would help me. Because I believe that if women health providers had a tool that described adverse religious experiences, they would help women find the resources that they need. And so I ask you to look at yourself through the compassionate lens, know your own adverse religious experiences, know yourself. Where is your dissonance with the current space that you're in? Know your warning signs, like we talked about with stress injury, and that you would continue to think through, is your faith causing healing or harm? Religious trauma is a public health concern. And may you continue to expand compassion and develop yourself. Thank you for letting me go really fast.
Now we know that Beth does not really mean it when she says she's not going to preach, right? So, Dr. Wood, do we have any questions from, and if not, I know I will have a couple.
Testing, okay. Our first question is for Dr. Garcia Usri. For those nursing students who are currently finding themselves in moral distress, what coping mechanisms would you recommend them to use?
Should be on. Am I on? Oh, yes, I'm on. Okay. Well, that's a good question. You know what I find is making sure you have somebody you can talk to, whether it's a friend, whether it's your instructor. Talking to somebody really helps to release whatever tension you might be having. And something that I've been working on with my nursing students, especially in a research study we're doing on hypertension, it's breathing. It's making sure you take time to breathe and just center yourself. Did that answer the question?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
We have another question? This one?
The next question is for Dr. Schwartz. In today's climate, how do we start adverse religious experience conversations while trying to create safe spaces?
That's good. First off, I love that we're asking that question because right now it's not even on the docket. I feel that it's not even a spirituality and religion are not even a conversation that we're having as nurses, except when we check people into our institutions and say, what religion are you? We're not going beyond that. And these religious structures are deeply meaningful constructs to people. So maybe just learning a few more of these spiritual care assessments that my partner in crime here is working on, maybe understanding how to have those conversations with what brings you joy, what brings you meaning. And then just simply holding space, as the professor this morning said as well, we are just offering presence. I say 3 things to my students and my children. I am so sorry that's happening to you. That sounds hard. I'm here for you. That's it. That's the most difficult things to say, but if we start there, we open a space where they can share more.
The next question was actually towards all the panelists. COVID has caused distrust in certain aspects of healthcare, such as vaccines and intubation. As nurses, what can we do to help alleviate these concerns among our patients and populations without causing distrust?
Because we have a limited time, I'm going to ask Dr. Kaur to answer that question and then maybe follow up with...
Shukran. Thank you, Dr. Lash. I wanted just to say that education and increased awareness would be the best thing. And I know that we might come across to people that we are negative people. We're trying to dominate their health and well-being, but we want to encourage them and inform them what we are doing. And from my experience, to the nursing students, I would say, as a patient, when I come to the room, I want to know who I am talking to. Many times we forget. We come in, we rush, we start working without even introducing ourselves. If we establish that relationship between ourselves and our patients, and then we gain their trust somewhat, and then we can grow that trust to inform them and educate them, they're gonna listen. Thank you.
Thank you. And Joanna, any comments for that?
Well, I refer to my interviews, and I think just experience what happens when you have a conversation. Just sit down beside a patient, see what comes if you ask that first question, or perhaps just sit down, be there, and experience what comes. And my students say that then you learn to provide spiritual care, to come in contact, to build that relationship, that helps them.
Great. Thank you all so much. And let's give another hand to our panelists. Thank you.
I have the pleasure of introducing our next speaker. This is Dr. Kathy Riccioni. She is our program director here in the Department of our doctoral programs at Azusa Pacific University School of Nursing. She's been a pediatric oncology nurse and health educator for the past 5 decades. At Children's Hospital Los Angeles, she led the development of innovative programs and services, including the Life Survivorship and Transition Program and the Hope Resource Center for Health Education. Dr. Ruscioni received her nursing diploma from the Hollywood Presbyterian Hospital School of Nursing and her BS and MPH degrees from California State University, Northridge. She completed her PhD in health behavior research at USC. Her ongoing research interests are focused on biobehavioral issues that affect health and health-related quality of life after cancer treatment, and best practices in empowerment and engagement of patients, families, and childhood cancer survivors through actionable and understandable health communication. She's a previous president of the Pediatric Hematology Oncology Nurses Association, and she holds 2 fellows. She's a fellow in the American Academy of Nursing and a fellow in the Pediatric Hematology Oncology Nurses Association. Please join me as we look forward to the presentation by Dr. Ruscioni.
That's fine. Yeah, that's fine. Thank you all. I know that this is not the best time of day to stay awake and invest in another presentation, but I'm delighted to be here, thrilled to be asked, and actually quite happy to have a chance to look back on what shocked me to realize was more than 50 years actually of pediatric oncology nursing experience. So I'm not here to recruit you to be a pediatric oncology nurse. I am here to share with you what's been an absolutely incredible experience over that period of time. And I wanted to start with this picture that was drawn by one of our patients at Children's Hospital Los Angeles, where I was for a long time. And the reason I think it's, I love it, it's twisted on the side, so you have to kind of tilt. I don't know what happened to it, but I love that the nurse is so tall in the perception of the child patients. And I think that's wonderful. Sorry, Brent, I need to ask where the clicker is. Sorry, folks, it's a lot of gizmos. I wanted to also say that I'm going to take you on a little bit of time travel here in the next few minutes. Thank you. We're going to go backward and we're going to go forward, so please hang in there with me, and we'll do some time traveling. So let's think about why we would look backwards. One of my loves is teaching nursing history here, as you may know, in the doctoral program. And part of the reason for that is that looking back is what often is said is to not repeat the mistakes that have happened before, but also because it helps us understand where we've been and where we're going. And it certainly contributes to our own sense of professional heritage and our identity as nurses. I also think it's important to look back because the past causes the present and therefore the future, and it helps us really prepare ourselves for where we're going. That's a drawing by Mary Cassatt, and I love that the child was looking backward. And the other thing is that often we find that nursing stories are not remembered and recorded. That's increasingly changing, but in the field of oncology and specifically pediatric oncology, all 3 of the history books are silent about pediatric oncology nursing. And yet nurses have been there all along. So we're going to look at some milestones in trauma-informed pediatric cancer care, kind of look at the evolution of the nursing discipline in trauma-informed childhood cancer care, and strategize about the future of trauma-informed nursing care in pediatric oncology that may have broader application. Let's look at the numbers first. So many of you may know this already, but childhood cancer is fortunately rare. There are about 15,000 cases per year under the age of 20, and you can see the breakdown in this slide. Mortality is about 1,650, and as a cause of death, in the ages 1 to 14, childhood cancer is number 2, second only to accidents. And in the adolescent age group, it's 4th. Cancer in children is vastly different than that in adults because of the types of cancer that occur. And just looking at this, the take home is that leukemia, and specifically the type of leukemia we're going to talk about briefly, lymphoid leukemia, is among the most common in this rare form of cancer in individuals that are under 20. So I talked about going back 50 years. That's the length of time, actually a little more than that I've been in pediatric oncology. And I wanted to think about where we were 50 years ago. And where we were was that the war on cancer, so-called, had been declared. And this was largely because of a woman that many of you may never have heard of, named Ann Landers, who wrote an advice column, and she was very instrumental in getting the government behind a war on cancer, and frequently said, if they can land a man on the moon, why can't we find a way to mitigate cancer? Here's what was happening in pediatric oncology. There was no individual hospital in this country, or really anywhere, that had enough patients to really look at evaluating, especially random assignment to different treatments to figure out what was best. We had to approach childhood cancer as a team because the types of childhood cancer were usually disseminated at diagnosis. So it wasn't possible to do a pap smear. It wasn't possible to just do one modality. Multiple modalities were needed, and that meant a multidisciplinary team. And because the patients were children and teenagers, care needed to be family-centered. And because survival improved so significantly, pediatric oncology pioneered what we now think of as survivorship care. This is something where, this is a slide that's a little busy and hard to look at, but I think you can appreciate that the overall survival improvement in children with cancer treated according to scientific clinical trials increased dramatically since the late 60s. The very, very top line is where we are now, which is above 90% overall survival. It's an unbelievable thing. And why I feel and my colleagues feel so privileged to have been part of the time that in which this has happened. So today, and this is from 2020, but it's still about the same, there are almost 500,000 childhood cancer survivors in this country. Childhood cancer is a relatively rare disease, but if you think about the number of life years saved, when you save the life of a child and the average age of a childhood cancer patient is 4, then you're talking about a very significant population. So how did we get here? I want to start us off by focusing in on, as I said, on leukemia, and one very specific type of leukemia, which we refer to as ALL, or acute lymphoblastic leukemia. And one of the pioneers, physician in this area, talked about how we got here and talked about how dedicated the researchers were and so forth. But that in the 60s, until the 60s, leukemia of this form was always fatal. So a brief pathophys review. If you look at the right side of the slide, coming off a stem cell, is a lymphoid stem cell line leading to lymphoblasts. Those are the cells that are affected in acute lymphoblastic leukemia. So that's what we're talking about today. In the 1880s, leukemia was first described and named, and it was described as a disease that runs its course uninfluenced by treatment, a cataclysmic disaster of childhood that is fortunately rare. And even into the 40s, that really hadn't changed much. It was still always fatal and usually within 2 months of diagnosis. Sorry. In the 40s, though, Dr. Sidney Farber, who was at Boston Children's, took a very unexpected and actually ethically questionable step at the time, and that was he gave the first chemotherapy to a child with ALL and achieved a temporary remission. So that was an enormous tectonic shift in the use of chemotherapy in a child. And it did open up the whole further treatment of childhood cancer. We don't often hear it, but there were nurses there. And in retrospect, the person that I think of, and most of us in my field think of as the first pediatric oncology nurse, was a good friend named Jean Ferguson. My son, who's here today, will probably remember her as the woman who sent him jelly beans in the mail when he was little. But Jean really was the first pediatric oncology nurse. She worked with Dr. Sidney Farber at Boston Children's. And what she did in her role was the forerunner for the later nurse practitioners in pediatric oncology. She did the things that are listed on this slide and then talked about her recollections of that role, that it provided her with a sense of excitement that far surpassed anything she ever did before. She felt fulfilled as a professional nurse, was needed, respected, and very much a member of that small team. Jean went on to establish, she trained in Denver as one of the first nurse practitioners, and she went on to establish a program for teaching nurse practitioners in pediatric oncology at the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia. There are over 100 or so graduates of that program spread out across the country. So what was also happening back then, and I'm going back a little further than 50 years, you'll notice, is to the roots of scientific clinical trials. And what was happening was that we were establishing the criteria for patient selection, defining response to treatment, using randomization and other statistical methodology to develop scientific clinical trials. That was in the mid-50s. And that was the first time that RCTs, for any of you that have done lit searches and looked at the quality of studies and see at the top of the pyramid is an RCT, this is when they started. And this is when the cooperative groups were formed. Remember, I said the childhood cancer was rare. No single institution really could accrue enough patients to answer the questions that were really pertinent. And so the National Institutes of Health established programs to organize institutions to cooperate, hence cooperative group clinical trials, and they were evaluating new anti-cancer drugs in children. The very first pediatric cooperative group had one disease they were treating with one treatment, chemotherapy, and one protocol. That's changed. And this is a busy slide, and I apologize, but the take-home from this one is simply that there were a number of these cooperative group clinical trials. In the end, there were 4 pediatric-focused ones, and they all came together as the Children's Oncology Group in 2000. So if we go back now to 50 years ago, Were we really providing trauma-informed care for childhood cancer patients and their families? I would argue yes, in a sense, but not fully in the sense that we use the term today. The definition of the National Child Traumatic Stress Network of medical care in which all parties assess, recognize, and respond to effects of traumatic stress on children, caregivers, and healthcare providers includes secondary traumatic stress as well. And so we weren't there yet. Let's look at what we think of in terms of traumatic events. Certainly major health events, and cancer would be one, but also cancer treatment involves intrusive procedures, separation from home and family, so that there are multiple traumas that surround a diagnosis of cancer of any kind, but particularly in a child. Also adverse childhood experiences, gender-based violence, as we've talked about briefly here, natural disasters, and financial stressors. There also is the issue of re-traumatization. In childhood cancer, when a child is successfully treated initially, but then comes back because relapse occurs, there certainly is re-traumatization. The other thing, just sort of going back for a moment to the natural disasters, this idea of vicarious trauma certainly is part of ours, as we've talked about today. But also, have you heard the term solastalgia? That refers to really separation from nature or the natural environment. And I'm thinking now very much of what we've been through in Los Angeles, in Altadena and the Palisades and the fires. So children in those areas, some of whom being treated for cancer at Children's Hospital Los Angeles and other institutions, also may have lost their school and their home and their familiar surroundings. So it's important to think about the whole. The other point that I think is important to focus on is it isn't just the event itself, but also what the individual's experience is. I hopefully not embarrass my son to share that this is a picture of him when he was about 3 years old, and he had a very major surgery at Children's Hospital, and that was certainly traumatizing. And in the picture, I had asked him to smile, and I signed smile to him, but he smiled back at me, but he's signing back at me that he's smiling. So, you know, he had a lot of wonderful support, but to say that, you know, here's an experience of multiple traumas and how that can be survived and overcome. I wanted to share with you just briefly a couple of acronyms. One is for common symptoms of trauma exposure, and the authors, Forkey et al., talk about frayed, meaning frets, regulation difficulties, attachment challenges, yawning or sleep problems and yelling, education and developmental delays, and feeling defeated, depressed, or dissociated. This one I think is really key. Physiologic effects of trauma in children. We've talked a fair amount about psychological effects of trauma, but in terms of physiologic effects over a lifetime. So for that 4-year-old child with leukemia, issues with brain connectivity, epigenetic changes, and immune function could be really important issues. I draw your attention to epigenetic changes because of the issue there that childhood trauma, if not appropriately mitigated, could actually be carried through to future generations through epigenetics. And then another acronym that I thought was good was THREADS. So referring to adaptational mechanisms of resilience, thinking and learning, hope, regulation, efficacy, self-efficacy, attachment, development, and social context. So just thoughts about how we conceptualize trauma-informed care in childhood cancer today. And principles of trauma-informed care applied today include these 6: safety, trustworthiness and transparency, peer support, collaboration and mutuality, empowerment and choice, and cultural, historical, and gender issues. In the interest of time, not going to spend time in detail on these, but just to focus where we are now. And now to time travel us back again to the 50s briefly, just to note that what we now refer to as the conspiracy of silence was very, very important then to think in terms of how to protect the child from knowledge of the diagnosis. And so when I showed this picture, it was from a Saturday Evening Post magazine that one of my physician colleagues found in Big Bear and brought to me. I showed this picture to Jean Ferguson, and she said, "Oh, I remember Lois. That's the nurse in the picture." And the caption on the picture in that magazine said, "Great care is taken to keep the children unaware of what's wrong with them. This father must avoid betraying his feelings to his daughter, who's being given a drink by Nurse Lois Jenkins." The sad thing in retrospect about this is that the parents were protecting the children, and in many cases, the children were protecting the parents. And that meant the children knew on some level that they were not going to survive, and something was very, very wrong, but they did not confide in their parents, and the parents didn't talk with them. And so this conspiracy of silence deprived them both of the support they could have had. And that goes further. When I first came to Children's Hospital in 1973, that's the original Children's Hospital building that was still there pre-earthquake, there literally was a sign in our clinic that said parents are asked not to discuss their child's condition with other parents. And I think about that, or thought about that many, many times when I would see parents in the hallway later, talking to each other, and the degree of informal support that parents offered each other was just phenomenal. And yet that was actually forbidden, in the early days. So we were not practicing true trauma-informed care 50 years ago, but the roots were there, and I wanted to mention a few of them. Initially, the roots were primarily physician and psychologist, psychiatrist dominated, but nurses were there providing supportive care. The key issue was this issue of open communication and prognostic disclosure. And one of the very first articles that appeared in the New England Journal was written by a pediatric oncologist named Audrey Evans. I'm sharing this with you because it's part of our history, but also because tomorrow a movie is going to be released called Audrey's Children. And Audrey Evans wrote that article, If a Child Must Die. And the movie is her biography. I knew Audrey, so I'm excited to see this movie, and I think it will be really interesting. So a little bit more on the roots of trauma-informed care. These are nursing pioneers. Ida Martinson, who pioneered home care for dying children. Eugenia Wechter, who was among the very first to actually interview the children themselves and show that they did have awareness of their situation. Gail Perrin, who's a colleague of mine as well, also interviewed dying children on a project led by a psychologist named Binger. And then Cecily Saunders, who you may have heard of in terms of the hospice movement and pioneering that. There is a palliative care oral history site I just draw to your attention with the website there in case you're interested in looking at that further. A little more about the roots of trauma-informed care. At Children's Hospital Los Angeles, when I arrived, right about the same time a psychologist arrived named Jonathan Kellerman. Have any of you ever heard of Jonathan Kellerman? Okay, he writes mystery books. And this is where he actually started. So he wrote the first book on psychosocial care in childhood cancer. And among the early things that were roots of trauma-informed care, I would contend, were the comprehensive psychosocial programs that were developed at CHLA. And that included things like school reintegration for kids, support groups, and then beyond that, we developed specialization in peds hematology oncology and disseminated through publication of books and journals. Some additional roots, looking at patient-family education with handbooks and apps. We incorporated an MPH-prepared health educator into the team, developed resource centers, a web portal, which is the graphic that's on the left of the slide here, called the Hope Portal. Developed as we needed them, as increasingly individuals survived, we developed survivorship and transition programs and incorporated patient advocates into the clinical trials, and then began to pioneer the development of plain language summaries of research results for participants who wanted them. One more bit of the roots of trauma-informed care. We began to see more publications that really focused on evidence-based psychosocial care and also recognized PTSS, PTSD, and post-traumatic growth in patients, family members, and survivors. And Dr. Ann Kazak at Children's Hospital of Philadelphia published this model, the pyramid you see here, which is sort of a way of triaging patients and families that needed the most care, from the universal, those that got screened, all of them, and then the targeted in the middle who got specific services, and those at the top, the small proportion that really needed more intense clinical treatment. Interestingly, I chaired the first Children's Oncology Group Nursing Discipline Committee, and we adopted a framework for nursing research within the cooperative group. This is a whole other history story I could share with you, I wish. But I wanted to share that the model we adopted was based on the resilience in illness model that Joan Hawsey developed. So very much not called trauma-informed care, but certainly based on that concept. And to just give you a very, very quick, not as quick as Beth had presented, but a quick overview of a child with ALL in 1975 versus today. So we talk about Rachel as a composite of many patients, but think of her as a 4-year-old girl who lives with her parents and her older brother. Everything has been typical and no history of serious illness. But then she developed some bruising and pallor and fever, and her mother took her to the pediatrician, who did a blood count and found that the white count was 10,000 and platelets were 62,000, and admitted her to the nearest children's hospital for a diagnosis, where she was diagnosed with ALL based on a bone marrow aspiration. Now, if we were in small groups or doing Zoom with chat, I'd say to you, what do you think is different today than back in 1975? But since we're not, let's quickly look at a couple of slides of that. These are things that I thought of as I was going through, like, in those days we used very high dose compared to today, cranial radiation to arrest leukemia in the brain. We had no IV pumps and fewer disposable items. There were rarely did we perform procedures under anesthesia. There were no central lines. Chemotherapy in the outpatient area was prepared with or without a laminar flow hood by nurses with no PPE. There was no IRB, so there were no study-specific consent forms. We had no monoclonal antibodies or precision therapy. We had no powerful antiemetics. We had very few designated inpatient units, very few psychosocial support programs, no HIPAA, no EMR, no genetic or genomic testing, none of the conveniences or hassles of computers, faxes, cell phones, et cetera. Oops, sorry, let me go back one. There were very few long-term follow-up programs, and nursing resources were very limited. There were blood product risks because there were no universal precautions. There was no risk stratification that would, so that children who didn't need more intensive therapy didn't get more intensive therapy. High acuity patients went to the PICU, not to the unit, and there was no CT or MRI. So that's a lot in 50 years, and it is a dramatic change in practice for nursing and everyone on the team, and is responsible for those improvements in survival. This is the magazine I was mentioning, the Saturday Evening Post. And so just to take us back, at the same time that we had so few tools, there was hope. And that sprung from the anti-cancer chemicals that were being developed. So I share with you here where we are now. Sorry. A 50% improvement in survival for ALL in the past 40 years, an 81% reduction in the death rate. And that's largely attributed to clinical trials. So we've gone from being a disease that was universally fatal to more than 90% curable. And in pediatric oncology in particular, research defines the standard of care. I hope I've shown you why. That those clinical trials have changed that survival rate so dramatically. And so the treatment methods that made ALL the first curable childhood cancer are now being applied to other childhood cancers. And the other reason I've mentioned is these large-scale cooperative groups. And interestingly, a combination of motivated clinician investigators and parents who were willing to pursue any avenue to prolong their children's lives allowed for these advances. And interestingly, this investigator, Ungaru, in 2011 said also that early permissive research oversight paved the way for proven and more effective future therapies. And that's another way of saying we didn't have IRBs, we didn't have all of that. And so investigators who were willing to take a chance and parents who were willing to take a chance did. And that benefited their children and the future children. I wanted to just sort of wind down to share with you a little bit of crowdsourcing that I did. And crowdsourcing, as most of you probably know already, is getting participant services, ideas, or content by soliciting contributions. And I posted a couple of questions on the Association of Pediatric Hematology Oncology discussion board and emailed some colleagues in January and February. I asked them first, why were you drawn to pediatric oncology? These were all experienced nurses. I make no pretense that this was a large group. These were about 15 nurses who responded, and all were fairly experienced. So this doesn't reflect the people who didn't stay, maybe were initially attracted and didn't stay in pediatric oncology. But I thought you'd be interested to see what they said. First of all, there was no specialty when most of the people that I contacted became pediatric oncology nurses. It didn't exist yet. But they all said they were drawn to the patients because the patients were funny, creative, and resilient. They loved being part of a strong, cohesive, and supportive team. I think that is hugely important. And From the talk this morning about the importance of connection and social support, I think this is part of what's coming through. All of them talked about learning constantly in a rapidly changing field and also contributing to scientific discovery. Several of them talked about being able to see such great success over our lifetime and knowing the difference we make even when cure is not achievable. Several of them talked about, one in particular talked about thinking about responding to my question, and she said, and while I was thinking about that, the phone rang, and it was the father of a patient I took care of 35 years ago, and he gave me an update on how well he's doing. And so staying connected even that way, it was really important. Making lifelong friends with colleagues. Many of them responded to talk about finding friendships and networking, coming to conferences like this, connecting with fellow students and so forth as lifelong friendships. And finally, several of them said, the work is sacred. I also asked them, why did they stay? What made you stick with pediatric oncology? And this is what they talked about: feeling love, support, and the respect of patients and colleagues across the globe. They talked about building layers of coping so that they referred to public and private coping. Public coping is saying, look at the positive. We have this wonderful experiences with patients. We've seen such progress. The private coping is the tears that are shed when you meet a patient and family and you know what probably lies down the road. One example just this past week was learning of a family who had a child that not only had ALL, but later developed a entirely different childhood cancer and didn't survive and had an identical twin. So every single day, that family gets up and sees the identical twin and sees the embodiment of the child that they lost. So these are the private traumas that people don't always talk about. People talked about getting validation from patients and families long after the cancer experience. Patients and families that would come back and say, thank you, and here's how things are going. The flexibility of being able to move away from the bedside but still be peds-onc nurses sometimes. And finally, there were several who said, this trauma, this secondary trauma, has made me who I am. I wouldn't be complete without tapping into what a parent would say. And I talked with Jen Bell, who is the mother of a child treated for a solid tumor, and she's the current chair of that patient advocacy committee in COG. What she talked about were two things: experience with peds oncology nurses, how important it is to families that you get it right, that you catch mistakes and oversights, that you embody the duty to care, being both competent and caring, and that small acts can be very impactful. Playing with a toy car on the child's bed before giving a medication, for example. Mitigating the trauma, she talked about having caring nursing staff, having access to a good social worker, sharing tools and resources, encouraging families to accept and ask for help, and accessing therapy. She talked in particular about EMDR that was very useful for her family. So challenges for the next 50 years, as we wind down here, to talk about childhood cancer remaining the #1 cause of death by disease in high-income countries, and that 1 in 10 children diagnosed with cancer today will not survive. Cure rates in low and middle-income countries are even lower. We need to reduce the burden of morbidity among those who do survive, and we need new ways to treat the cancers that still don't have a good prognosis. We need improved access to care and clinical trials by those that are underrepresented. We need to embrace the genomics of care and we need precision approaches for advancing nursing science, especially in key areas of the, for example, NINR strategic plan. We need research that's focused on trauma-informed care in peds oncology. There really isn't much. And that research needs to be translated into practice efficiently and effectively. I say to you all, as others have said, this is a great opportunity to proceed ultimately with your doctoral degree, because this is a terrific area for DNP and PhD collaboration. And of course, we need funding for research at all levels. I want to extend, looking back over this 50 years, my huge gratitude to the pediatric oncology nursing pioneers, all the nurses who provide care, as well as the rest of the team, and to all of the patients over the years that have participated in clinical trials and made progress possible. I want to just leave you with a thought, not on the past, but on the future. And I don't know, do any of you follow the live cam of the Eagles and Big Bear? I can't resist them, especially now that there are 2 eagle babies. And I wanted to share with you, I think that there are some real parallels there, as I've seen comments from people who also are addicted to watching Jackie and Shadow and the eaglets. They talk about how inspiring it is to watch them cope with parenting high up in the nest, and that they deal with difficult things and they deal with wonderful things, and they are resilient. And so I think that when we think about trauma-informed care, don't forget that nature not only provides us respite, but also provides us a good example of life going on in families and home at the nest. And so I thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Well, it's amazing when you hear the trajectory of truly an amazing and inspiring nurse who has worked her whole life in a particular area. And so could we just recognize Dr. Ruscioni one more time? So we're running a little bit over, and we're going to continue, but we do have cookies and coffee on the side. What we'll do is try to finish a little earlier so you can take the cookies on your drive home or stay and chat and enjoy the cookies with us. But we do have 2 amazing individuals we want to recognize, and each year we give 2 awards. We give the Excellence Award. Hold on a second, let me just move to make sure I'm on track. We have 2 awards that we give each year. One is a Distinguished Public Service Award, and the other one is a Legacy of Excellence Awards. And this year we have 2 recipients. It's my pleasure to talk a little bit about the Distinguished Public Service Award, and I'm going to ask Dr. Brenda Simons to come to the stage and be here with me as we recognize her. I think I promoted you, Brenda. Dr. Simons is, and I'm going to just have her say a few words too, so I'm going to keep it short, but she attended Azusa Pacific University, completing a Bachelor of Arts degree with a double major in religion and psychology. She returned to APU and obtained her master's degree in religion, and with an emphasis on hospital chaplaincy. She became a board-certified chaplain through the Association of Professional Chaplains in 1985 and was active in the Association of Clinical Pastoral Education. Reverend Simon served as a director of spiritual care beginning with Methodist Hospital of Southern California in 1980 throughout the current transition to USC Arcadia Hospital. She did this for, I believe, 44 years. In 1994, Azusa Pacific University's Council for Women in Leadership presented Reverend Brenda with a first Susanna Wesley Award, which was established to acknowledge the work of exceptional women who exemplify leader skills in professional ministry. She has also been a faculty in the School of Nursing many times and has taught our spiritual care courses. Reverend Simon, we're so pleased to be able to bestow on you, on behalf of the School of Nursing and Azusa Pacific University, the distinguished award for your distinguished service as a chaplain and as a faculty member on our behalf. We've asked Reverend Simons to just say a few words about her journey and to just share with you just a few highlights.
Well, thank you. This is quite an honor. Azusa Pacific has been a big part of my education process and helped to lead me into a career path that has been such a blessing. When I welcome new faculty and new employees to the hospital, I get to talk to the orientation. And I always tell them that spiritual care with our patients is everybody's job. And that spiritual care comes with how we provide our services. So everyone in a hospital setting, from the housekeeper to the president of the hospital, their kindness, their caring, their thoughtfulness is a form of spiritual care. So part of the job of spiritual care for nurses and for chaplains, if you're lucky enough to have one in your facility, is to change the atmosphere of the environment in which you work by your kindness, caring, and attention to spiritual care. I began here in 1970 as a freshman. We were a college then, we were not a university, and spent many years here. And while I was here for my master's degree, the School of Nursing began. And it was a very, very exciting time. There was so much effort put into it, and from day one, it was recognized as the most intensive and quality education that you could find as a nurse. And working at Methodist Hospital, we were able to see so many new grads come through. And the nurses that were working always were delighted and excited when Azusa Pacific students came, because they knew the quality that they would provide to their patients. I love this school. Thank you for this award.
I now have the honor and privilege of recognizing our Legacy of Excellence Award. And this year, for 2025, we recognize Ann Hublitzel. Ann Hublitzel is a nurse since 1968. She graduated, we weren't at school yet, as you just heard from Brenda. She graduated from Fullerton Junior College. She then went on to get an MBA at University of Redlands. And with her today is her husband, Mike, and her two sons, Donald and Matt. And the Hublitzel family has truly been a friend of APU and a friend of the School of Nursing for many, many years. In 1992, Ann Hablitzel started a hospice, and this became a placement site for our students to work alongside her and her nurses. She then started giving guest lectures and teaching in the undergrad program. 7 years ago, Ann and her family started a scholarship here at APU for nursing students, a nursing student who has passion for palliative care and end-of-life care. Ann serves on the IRB board at UC Irvine, and she's a great supporter of APU School of Nursing, and our nursing students. We honor Ann Hablitzel today for her significant work as a nurse leader, and her advocacy for patients and families, especially those dealing with terminal illness and end-of-life care. Congratulations, Ann Hablitzel, on the Legacy of Excellence Award. We've asked Ann to give a few words.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Dean. As I was reflecting on my nursing career that has spanned more than 50 years, I didn't have the privilege of being able to go to school here. I was already done with my RN. But I am not sure whether I chose nursing or nursing chose me. Even growing up, when I was about 8 to 10 years old, one of the things I would think about whether I wanted to be either a nurse or a nun. My son said he was glad I chose nursing. And I'm glad as well. I have loved being a nurse and the opportunities it provides, from bedside nursing, clinical nursing, to being teaching nursing, to being able to do any of that type of stuff in between. I've also loved the opportunities it provides, and anywhere from teaching to administration to sales, and the variety of specialties within nursing, from labor and delivery to hospice to oncology, surgery, and on and on. You never know where God has planned, but be willing to be obedient to his will and plan. It's usually better than ones that we thought of anyway. There were times, though, that I questioned him. Lord, seriously, you want me to do what? And I would just feel that way, like he has called me to something I was totally unprepared for. And yet somehow or another, he made that path straight for me. My career in nursing started at St. Jude Hospital during the transition from, now most of you will not be able to relate to this, but from postpartum and newborn nursery to LDRs and LDRPs and mother-baby care. I learned a lot about change during that process and that chapter of my career. It seemed that I usually ended up in an administrative role, and since God continued to place me in that role, I needed to actually get more experience, and so prepared and completed my MBA. Because healthcare, even though we don't always like to talk about that part of it, it is a business, and we are reminded of that every day in the news. It needs to be in the business of caring and serving, but not always recognized for that. Having an MBA allowed me to be a more effective patient advocate, and that's what I would always go back to. That would allow me to be that patient advocate in a more effective way. We started our hospice and palliative care in 1992. It was an outreach from a health ministry of our church. What I learned doing visits as people from our congregation was that hospitals in ICU traditionally had very restricted visiting hours, and families sat there I had the opportunity to sit there and get to know them and support them during that time. One thing I learned early on in my nursing career was to listen to my patients. They taught me what I needed to know. There needed to be a better solution to end-of-life care. Birth and death, two significant life events. We are each going to only do one once. Since all of us are here, we've done the first one. Now, some of us will be facing the other one sooner, some later, obviously, whenever God calls us home. One of the things that I found was that death needed to be not a medical event, but surrounded by alarms and restrictions. But it needs to be one where there's families around and when people are dying. They taught me that it was important that I have that opportunity to be able to say goodbye to my loved ones. It was also a time where I learned about the importance of walking alongside somebody that is on that last journey. When we admitted a patient and family, one of the first questions we would ask is, what's left undone? And that became where hospice works began. It's different for each patient and family. Saying goodbye, asking or giving forgiveness. Did they accomplish their life goals? Did life matter? What is their legacy? It's a very intimate time and a very special time in a person's life. The core of the hospice program includes faith as well. It's part of the assessment protocol and mandated. And what it provides is an opportunity to pray. People were questioning what happens when I die. And then it's an opportunity to share the truth. And when one of our patients accepts that truth and God's grace and welcomes him home, we rejoice. My medical director would turn to me in our team meetings and would say, "This is why we are here." Especially when the Medicare regulations, and particularly difficult and the audits abound, recognizing that we knew what was important, and that was enough to be able to get us through those tough times. In 2001, I was at a hospice conference. One of the keynote speakers at an early session was a physician named William Bartholomew. He was a radiation oncologist, very nice-looking man, just very presentable and articulate in his introduction. And as a radiation oncologist, he had diagnosed himself saying, "I have esophageal cancer. I diagnosed myself. I know the typical prognosis and progression of the diagnosis and cancer. My family and I need what you provide in hospice, but I don't qualify by prognosis." And he looked at me, looked at all of us, and he said, "What are you going to do about it?" And I felt like he had been talking directly to me. So I went to a palliative conference. A few months later, we started our first palliative care program as a pilot with St. Jude Hospital and that outpatient program, then expanded it to other opportunities. Palliative is something that is so present today. It's actually become the standard of care, which has thrilled my heart for a long time. We have moved from end-of-life care to serious illness, but is still an often misunderstood term. Palliative care teams developed first in acute hospitals and hospitals implementing teams of physicians, nurses, and possibly a social worker, with good outcomes involving the patients and families on goals of care. What do they want? What is their hopes? And involving them and looking at those goals of care. It's about improving the quality of life during a serious illness, providing that extra layer of support, and having a team focus to patient care. The short elevator definition, which is easier to remember, is palliative care is specialized medical care that treats the symptoms and stress of a serious illness. The goal is to improve quality of life, not necessarily the length of life, but the quality of life. Somebody had asked me once what inspired me to choose APU as a place to kind of invest our support. It was really kind of a gradual process over many years, starting with our sons and the Mexicali outreach from this program here. With our church, my husband and our sons participated for many years. I loved to hear their stories and experiences of how God worked not only in their lives, but in the lives of the people in the villages of the camp. Also loved the Christmas choir program here. We would go every year with our Sunday school class and loved that Christmas choir. When we started our hospice, the first nurse I hired was an APU grad. She demonstrated excellent clinical skills and, more importantly, the compassion and sensitivity to care for patients at the end of life. I can teach skills, but I can't teach compassion and sensitively to people's needs. As part of our hospice, we always provided a learning opportunity, as Dean Pozo had already suggested. We provided that opportunity, and at APU, it was included in their continuing education rotation. After feedback from a couple of the students to instructor Pat Smith at the time, she asked me if I would speak to the class once a semester. So I loved the opportunity to continue, and continued that for many years until she retired. It was time to give back and invest in the future of nursing. We explored the options that were available and were presented and chose to do the one on the Blitzel Family Scholarship. Then there was a matching fund opportunity a few years later, and we started the endowed Blitzel Family Scholarship. That's a mouthful, which is in our trust. But I like to meet the recipients of the scholarship annually. So we actually do both things. We do the endowed, but we also, which is continuing to build up, and we like to watch that grow. But I also like to have the opportunity to meet some of the students. So Bernice sets up a luncheon, and we have that opportunity to meet them, to encourage them, and pray for them. And this is our investment into the future. I want an APU grad who will be there for me and for my family. So thank you very much for this opportunity to be able to share a little bit about my journey and career in nursing. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Congratulations. It's so well deserved. Thank you. Thank you. So you may have noticed we sort of switched from a really heavy focus on trauma and how to deal with trauma to moving to celebrating a legacy in nursing, and a legacy that is also of the School of Nursing. And so today we are privileged to have Dr. Renee Poza, the Dean, speak to you about the 50-year trajectory, and we have a couple of videos that she will also show about the 50-year trajectory of the School of Nursing. So Dr. Poza, currently Dean and Professor for the College of Nursing and Health Sciences, of which the school is a part now, previously served as a Senior Associate Dean for Academic Initiatives and Innovation in the School of Nursing. Under her leadership, the School of Nurses continued to expand and implement new programs and pathway nursing education, skills, and laboratories. We developed academic practice partnerships and led teams for successful academic practice and research. We also were successfully reaccredited by CCNE and the BRM. Dr. Poza earned her BSN, MSN, and Postmaster's certificate from APU and a PhD from the University of California in San Francisco. She maintains an active practice as a family nurse practitioner and works in hepatology and solid organ transplantation. So at this point in time, I'd like to welcome Dr. Poza, I think she's right behind me, and have her just share with you a 50-year journey of the School of Nursing.
Okay, as an educator, I know I'm between you and the exit. And so I have a few slides with lots of pictures, not a lot of words, because I decided this was probably not the time to give you a lot of research, data. We just want to celebrate. Can you imagine 50 years here at APU in the School of Nursing? Yay. And as she just said, I've been around a long time. Okay, so yesterday was Giving Day, and thank you for all of you, the alumni, the parents, the students, the faculty, the staff that pour into the student scholarships in the endowment. You know, it's people like Ann and Mike and the Hiblitzel family and all of the donors that come together to support our students, and we know students cannot be here without both emotional support, right, but also some financial support. So I think, I see Andrew over there. Can they still give? Yep, they can still give. So use your code, and we thank you for supporting the School of Nursing. Now, I have to give the raffle. There were as a raffle in our Masters of Public Health table. For those of you that entered the raffle, I'm going to announce the winners right now. Karen Hernandez and Alexandra Sienez, you are our raffle winners, and you can see the MPH table up there and for your emergency preparedness kits. What a great day we've had today. I am so grateful for all of the speakers, for all of the committee members, everyone who's had a part in this. I am grateful for the students that are still here. You've hung in there with us all day. What a tremendous day of learning, of sharing experiences, being in community, and seeing each other. I really appreciate your commitment to this day and making it possible. I can't believe it's been 20 years for our research symposium, but so grateful that we've learned strategies for self-care and resilience as we have our professional identity. Okay, this middle picture, look at me. This was a few years ago when I didn't have any wrinkles, right? Nursing is truly a calling. It's a very special profession, a true calling and a true ministry as we serve patients, families, communities, and populations. For those of us here at a faith-based university, I really believe nursing is a covenant. It is a promise to each other, the nurse-patient relationship with reciprocal gift going back. We are certainly, our cups are filled as we care for those that are in our care, right? As we seek to solve problems, we serve others. I want us to be sure to fill your own cup. Continue to focus on your own self-care. Philippians 4:8, finally, brothers, whatever is true, whatever is honorable, whatever is just, whatever is pure, whatever is lovely, whatever is commendable, if there is any excellence, if there is anything worthy of praise, think about these things. I hope that we not only take what we've learned today, but you continue to think on these things. Think on the excellence of God as He sustains you in this tremendous profession. So now I'm going to switch gears a little bit and take us down a little bit of memory lane. And we are starting our 50th anniversary celebration with the theme of gratitude for the past and hope for the future. Technically, the first class was started, educated in May. We had a May term back then, May of 1975. So we are almost at our real true birthday, but we're going to celebrate for the whole year. So I hope you take those stickers, that if you make sure you take stickers, take some stickers for your friends, put them on your Stanley Cup, put them on your laptop, put them on your desk. We want to celebrate 50 years of excellence in nursing education here. And with that, we recorded a film for you, and so I want, Sam, if you'll cue the film. The School of Nursing has been so blessed to celebrate 50 years of nursing and the excellent programs that we've had. I would have never imagined 35 years ago when I graduated the opportunities that have come my way and I said yes to. It is truly an honor to then lead on the shoulders of some fantastic women.
The foundation for the whole program was to prepare Christian nurses, compassionate nurses, and ones that look on nursing as a vocation rather than a job, as a calling. The intention was not to grow for the sake of growing, but to grow because we really wanted to invite others into nursing profession.
There's a spiritual aspect to nursing that our students graduate with, that they take out into the community. Patients feel it. Patients are aware that they are important, not just as bodies, with physical needs, but they also have great spiritual needs, certainly as they're going through major problems and challenges with illnesses.
And so now we have 5 locations. We have 2,300 nursing students. We have almost any program, all the way from baccalaureate to PhD, Doctor of Nursing Practice.
We are so pleased to give the gift. I would encourage anybody to invest in the future. What a legacy for your family.
What I noticed, of course, about the APU graduate was that they had the opportunity to share God's truth. They also had the opportunity, as they are caring for their physical needs, to be able to be open and develop a relationship, because at that point they're very vulnerable and they are seeking answers.
Perfect. Do you mind if I listen? It's so important that people understand why we're doing what we're doing. We don't need to speak to people in medical terms that they won't understand, but we need to break it down on a basic level so that they understand the plan of care. So it goes back to the religious teachings. I mean, truly, if we want to help people the best we can, we need to empower them. People always do better when they have information, because information helps people make choices. And so APU's encouraged me to give people information and to help them. It's been incredible.
When I think of how I was educated as a nurse, it was before we had computers, and now we have computers in our pockets, and the use of AI, the opportunities will be tremendous.
When you think about the legacy of 50 years, it's such a pivotal time for APU and for nursing. So innovation is moving at light speed, and it doesn't oftentimes feel like it has guardrails. Nurses are in a perfect position to help provide that infrastructure and the guardrailing around innovation so that we can ensure that both our patients are benefiting from this technology, but that they're also staying safe.
It's amazing when you look back and think of all the changes that this university and the School of Nursing has undergone over the past 50 years. When we think of starting with just a few faculty who are so committed to the discipline of nursing and to starting in a Christian university and the impact of providing spiritual care to the patients and families we serve, as we've added different programs, as we've added technologies, as we look to the future and how we continue to prepare our nurses.
Yeah, I feel like a little queasy there.
There's a protein in every cell of our bodies called the laminin protein. And it wasn't until recently with the electron phoresis microscope that you could see the structure of that laminin protein. And it's in the shape of a cross. And it is so cool to be able to tell students, there's a verse in Colossians that says, in him, in Jesus, we are all held together. And actually that laminin protein is the cell It's holding each cell wall together. It is physically holding our bodies together. And I think that's the cool part when you just go, wow, what a neat discovery.
So for me, the future is challenging. It's also going to be exciting because I do believe firmly that the knowledge we gain, is all that knowledge comes from God as well. We just need to learn how to use it wisely.
I think that students come to APU with the idea that being a nurse is a calling, and it's more than just a paycheck. Those are the students that we really want. Those are the ones that are really going to make a difference in nursing.
College of Nursing and Health Science has got an exciting future ahead. This college is going to be so fun to be a part of. See why we have to celebrate all year? So when we look back, oftentimes when you think of your alma mater, you think of your class ring, some of those things that align you to your university. But we know in nursing school, we wear our pin with pride, right? The nurse, as we enter into the profession of nursing, we enter our pinning ceremonies where we take the nurse's pledge. And so here at the School of Nursing, we have our pin, which certainly reflects our motto of God first, Christ as the cornerstone with the cross at the center. The pin was originally developed by our class of 1983, I believe. Now I have to show you a few, and I don't have a lot. I mean, we could be here all day if I really did the history justice, but I wanted to show you our first nursing building. Some of you may have seen this picture before, but we started here at APU on the other campus, over on East Campus, in what we call the yurt. And I believe there were maybe 5 or 6 faculty offices. There was 1 staff individual assigned to nursing. And this is where we got our humble beginnings over on East Campus. Our skills lab, I think, had 1 bed originally, then we added 2 beds. And when I think of how many labs we have and the growth that we've had in 50 years, it really is tremendous. So I'm going to just go really quick through building our foundation. But our first class, we started with the BSN program, the undergrads, in 1975. At that time, it was a 2+2 program. So they did 2 years of general education and the sciences, then they came into nursing. So we graduated, and this is our first class, graduating in 1977. In the 80s, we added the Masters of Science, and we've started with a clinical nurse specialist program and a family nurse practitioner program. And then as we were getting into the 2000s, we added the RN to BSN program. I mention our pinning ceremony because I want you to realize that not only have we pinned nurses for 50 years, but then we've also have this tradition in our pinning ceremony of the music and the singing of instruments of peace. Really seeing this as a ceremony that celebrates, but also recognizing the significant undertaking of entering the career of nursing. For those historians, here's some of our early pinning. If you've been to any of our pinning ceremonies recently, we held it in this building, but originally we were out on the field. There's on the left Rose Liegler, one of our deans, and that was an outside pinning ceremony. Now here I come in the 80s, so I came in the mid 80s, and as Dr. Lesh mentioned, I do have a few degrees from here at APU. On the right, some of you in critical care will recognize your critical care professor, Professor Hill. And on the left, you'll recognize Dr. Elaine Gaynor, who introduced our first speaker this morning. And then in the front there, that's Dr. Marcia Fowler. That's your editor of the Code of Ethics that you all, for those of you students, you have to read. That's Dr. Fowler there, who just recently retired from the School of Nursing and from APU. She's a nurse ethicist. 1998, this is our first foray into really thinking about intentionally service into our community. And in this particular, the Neighborhood Wellness Center started in service to the city of Azusa. And our nursing faculty went out and did a needs assessment in the community, really deciding that intentionally that we were going to not only serve the community, but build into the community and make impact on the health of those. The Nursing Wellness Center still exists today. It's focused on patient education and linkage to care opportunities. And this is Dr. Smith, who's one of our founding faculty members that led the community health classes and many of the student experiences out of the Wellness Center. Briefly here, some amazing women I mentioned in the video standing on the shoulders of these. Lois Keene and Lois Smith were directors when we were small and growing. Our first dean was Marnie Wood as we became a school of nursing. Della Blackburn served for a short period of time. And then we have Dr. Rose Liegler, who then takes a 14-year career here where she leads us into the PhD program. We started the entry-level master's, or we called it SCAN back then, and transitioned to Dr. Aya Lesh because Dr. Liegler got pulled up into the provost office and became vice provost. And certainly in the past few years, Dr. Lesh and I have switched spots. So now let me take you to 2001 and beyond when we really look at innovation and impact. And so too bad I can't highlight everything, but I think especially for the students in the room, it's kind of fun to think about. In 2004, we were launching the ELM program. We launched the PhD in nursing program. 2006 was also a busy year. School nursing, what is now known as the Upper Division Transfer Program. That's the LVN to BSN and a 2+2 program. In 2006, we start nursing down in the San Diego campus. 2007, we start nursing in Inland Empire. In 2009, we received funding to begin and start one of the first in California, the Psychiatric Mental Health Nurse Practitioner Program. Today, that is almost a more popular nurse practitioner than our family nurse practitioner. And just a little fun fact, I don't know if you realize, but last year, the nurse practitioner was voted the #1 job in the United States. Now, I have to say a few words about our PhD program, because not only was it a PhD program in nursing back in 2004 when we began, so we celebrated in the fall 20 years of PhD in nursing here at APU. We've had over 70 graduates from that program, and the impact and the positions and the research that they're doing is truly amazing. But it was also the first PhD program at APU. And so when you think of nurses, I always say we are trailblazers and willing to get in there, do the hard work, and move the needle forward, right? So we are so proud of our PhD program. Now in 2010, so we launched the Doctorate in Nursing Practice program in 2012. We do some adjustments to some of our nurse practitioner, add the adult gero, primary care. Monrovia campus comes in 2013. 2015 is when we begin to see some of the exchanges. So you saw Johanna today. It was so good to have her. She's our first doctoral student coming to us. We have a doctoral student going to them in a week or two. And so it's so happy to see that what we started originally as an exchange program for BSN students now being at the graduate level and seeing more doctoral student and research opportunities there. Bridge program, the summer program for community college ADN people starting in the BSN program here, launches in 2015 and 2016. We add the nursing education and the healthcare administration. Now everyone knows what happened in 2020. So many schools of nursing in 2020, as COVID comes and the pandemic comes, we recognize that we are going to need to not only support our workforce, but our workforce is going to need us. As we saw many people say, I'm either retiring, I'm switching, I'm going into a different field, and we knew how important that was. We actually graduated more graduates in 2020, 21, and 22 than ever in our history. So today we are graduating over 500 BSN new nurses in the state of California every year. We're the second largest program now, in the state of California. But I have to say a shout out to the faculty because that was not easy. So thank you for all the hard work, and thank you for the students if you were with us during those times, because we pivoted and did things to continue your learning. And as you'll have a slide here in a minute of, we couldn't do it without our partners. So this past year, we are now the College of Nursing and Health Sciences, and I'll talk about that in just a minute. I'm just gonna highlight 4 distinctives for you. About 10 years ago, a little over 10 years ago, we started the Institute of Health Research and Innovation. And the purpose of this was really to engage scholars at coming together in like centers, biobehavioral, spirituality, and health. And so I'm pleased to announce that we have had a donor, a great friend of the School of Nursing and APU, who has given $1 million to start and launch, that we will be launching this year, a new Center for Palliative Care here. So this will really enhance our ability to do educational programming, both in the curriculum space and the continuing education space, but also enhance research in this area, both for our students as well as our faculty. So grateful and thankful for this opportunity. Along with our areas of research, like I mentioned, we cannot do what we do here in the School of Nursing without our community, academic, and our clinical partners. The School of Nursing now has over 800 clinical partners, and we are tremendously grateful to each one of them and the role that they play in the education and support of precepting our nurses. We have an extremely large footprint, you heard in the film, of 5 campuses now here in Southern California, and we are grateful and rely heavily on our partnerships. I want to briefly mention the Western Conservancy of Nursing History, and Phyllis Esslinger is here today, the founding member, and we've recognized Phyllis here before, but Phyllis, it's tremendous work that you and your board have done, and we thank you. They are a nonprofit 501c3, but they are housed in our Monrovia campus. So those students that are in Monrovia, you've probably seen their displays, but the archives that they have in the books and just everything nursing history, especially California nursing history, it's truly an honor to partner with them so that our students can then use some of their materials as we have a nursing history emphasis in our PhD program. And then lastly, I'm going to mention our external partners, our international partnerships. We started the exchange program with South Africa many years ago, and then we went to China, and you've heard about Norway, but I also wanted you to recognize that we have both study away opportunities for full semesters as well as short-term opportunities. In some of those countries, I'm moving quickly, so I promised I would get you out on time. India, Thailand, some of you know Dr. Giski, who was with us last year and she has some of our BSN students with her now. All right, now I'm going to show you one more film, because as we look to the future, I want you to see what the College of Nursing and Health Sciences looks like. I think this is a perfect pairing between these 2 schools.
It is so important that we integrate lifestyle with medical intervention, and really, nurses are at the forefront of us being able to do that.
It is really a privilege and an honor to be here leading this tremendous organization. We work in teams, and so what better way to prepare the students of the future that will serve as the providers of care in these environments than for them to be co-educated together, recognizing the significance of their individual and unique discipline.
Kinesiology is the study of movement, and really we work towards helping improve their movement and recover that when it's lost, whether that's underlying injury or disease conditions. Nurses are really the heart of our healthcare system, and so being able to collaborate with them, partner with them, and bringing lifestyle, exercise, nutrition will be fundamental to changing healthcare in this country.
We were the first and only non-nursing program in the School of Nursing. So whenever we had any nursing events, in order to incorporate public health, there was always this opportunity to consider more than just the patient-centered care, but to really look at those systemic factors that affect healthcare in general and the structural inequities that exist.
It's so important for us to have partnerships with clinics and facilities that are providing care to patients.
Cedars-Sinai wants to be the leader in quality, safe care, and affiliating with organizations like the Azusa Pacific University School of Nursing that's nationally ranked really helps to drive that leadership that Cedars-Sinai strives for. I've talked to some of our nurses who really enjoy having the Azusa Pacific University students in the environment, interacting with the faculty.
I love being very much in the ebb and flow of what's happening. With that lens, I go in and I talk to the staff. What do you see about our students? Where do you think nursing needs to go? What do I, as a faculty member, as a clinical instructor, need to know about better preparing our students for practice?
I want to be a nurse because I want to be able to make an impact in the lives of others. But now going through the whole program here at APU, I feel so much more confident in myself, so much more confident in my walk with God, knowing that this is where I'm meant to be. And that doesn't always have to be going and praying for every patient, but just showing them that I care and adding that human touch and not just being task-oriented, but also meeting them holistically.
Patients are always very receptive to hearing words of hope, words of encouragement, and we train students how to do that. We get them areas to practice, but really how to incorporate our faith and bring hope to someone who's despairing. And I think that's likely what makes us a little bit different than other universities.
Our motto of God first is so ingrained into what we do, and the excitement around wanting our students to succeed and for them to go out and be difference makers. I always say that nursing is a calling. The calling is our ministry. And so what we do and how we impart that to students becomes so important as they learn to develop their own professional identity of who they are in nursing and the impact that they will have on the patients that they serve. So it's, like I mentioned in the video, it's an exciting time to be here at APU and in the School of Nursing and now this new College of Nursing and Health Science. And this is, now you have over 100 full-time faculty. We have over 400 part-time, or what we call adjunct faculty. And we are so thrilled as this team of faculty comes together and is thinking through innovation, interprofessional education, new programs, and certainly through the lens of design thinking. So look out, here we go for our next 50 years. So I was going to tell you all the things we need to think about in our next 50 years, but I'm sensitive to time too, right? So we all know we're going to deal with more technology, AI, population health, et cetera, but we are really excited as we bring these departments alongside of nursing and with the impact that we will continue to have. So in closing, I just want to give another round of applause for our tremendous speakers that were part of our sessions today. We're so grateful to them and their words of wisdom. And a very special thanks to Dr. Ayalesh, Brent Wood, all the research committee members, the staff, Katie, and Anna Kayla. We could not do this without you. This has been a tremendous day, and we appreciate all of the hard work. They've planned this for a whole year, and now we'll turn around tomorrow and start planning next year. All right, let me close us in prayer. Dear Heavenly Father, we come before you with hearts full of gratitude for the incredible day we've had together at this research symposium. We thank you for the wisdom, insight, and inspiration that has been shared, and for the sense of community that we've felt in this space. Lord, we are deeply grateful for the journey you have led us on thus far, the past that has shaped us, the experiences that have strengthened us, and the accomplishments that have brought us here today. We thank you for the vision you've placed within the APU School of Nursing, and for each person who has contributed to this legacy. As we look towards the future, we place our hopes in you, knowing that you are already there, guiding us every step of the way. We trust in your plans for this institution, for the students, faculty, staff, and our clinical partners, and for the world we seek to serve through nursing. To our students, we ask that you surround them with peace and confidence. Remind them that you have placed each of them here for a reason. You have equipped them with the gifts, talents, and passions needed to make a difference in this world. May they walk forward with courage, knowing you are with them, guiding them, and using them for your purposes. May they rest in the assurance that their work here is part of a greater plan and that you have called them for such a time as this. Thank you, Lord, for this opportunity, for your presence with us, and for the knowledge and wisdom that continue to shape our futures. We leave here today encouraged, filled with hope, and ready to step out in faith. We give you all the glory, Lord, for what has been accomplished and for all that is yet to come. In Jesus' precious name, amen. Thank you so much for being here today, and may God bless you.